All that New Mexico propaganda crap. I think it is.
Find a charge, Don. I go get it, I'm forgetting, I'm like, where's my pen? I can't find it, and everything happens, I'm like 3%. Some it's like 100. Actually, it was in.
How are you? How are you?
Everybody in the South, that's like Mountain Dew. Oh, yeah, I got Baja Blast.
We're trying that before. They're kind of like.
They have more options of flavors. But it's a staple, man. It's a staple of every southern household. Mountain Dew. They had a fight over that Mountain Dew.
I love some. I had Mountain Dew because it's the one diet drink.
I like it. Exactly. That's what I drink. If I buy soda, I don't drink. If I buy soda, Mountain Dew. It's not too shit. Oh.
Sweet, I'll go with it.
Go record to the. Hear that?
I think as close as I can, what's that?
Respect.
Another one?
Watch language.
I know, yeah, it's cool. Lunches.
Yeah.
Living it up.
All right, birthday died.
Here's the case. Just try it out.
I actually heard. I don't know where to go.
I just don't labels, yeah. I saw you do. Oh, they give you a hard time.
Yeah.
I figured everybody likes them. They're one worst things. They need to fix.
That was me. Trash cans and everything.
You know, they got bigger problems to worry about. You might keep their yard half of one thing.
Attention, man, it goes in my pocket.
Years later, they're buying.
I'm gonna open it here in a second. I'm assuming it is. We can see that later.
Right thing. Yeah, let it sit for the two. I didn't let it dry out, so that's right away. Not that crap. I'm not letting all that thing evaporates.
I did cedar.
Cedar been fine, yeah.
Probably not, but I need to ask.
We did like
Phases,
you never pressure wash. If you don't. Diane, are you guys ready? Diane.
Yes, he's the driver tonight.
Oh,
Iron hole.
man, we're used to what you do, all this
I know.
shifting around. What are we gonna do?
I know.
Hey, don't say anything yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, Eric, you ready? All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started this evening with the Centerton Planning Commission, January 3rd, 2023 with a roll call.
Jeff Safar. Here. Joey Engel.
Here.
Evan Murphy.
Here.
Craig Langford. Jerry Harris.
Here.
John Sessoms.
Here.
Ben Lewis. Tony Davis. Brandon Swoboda.
Here. All right, welcome everyone to 2023. First thing on the agenda this evening is the approval of the minutes from our meeting of 12/6/2022.
Got a motion to approve the minutes from 12/6/22.
Motion and second. Is there anyone opposed? All right, next on the agenda is the ratification of the admin approvals. There was one, which is the expansion of the Bentonville West East parking lot, adding 140 spaces. Are there any questions or comments from any of the commissioners or staff?
All the comments have been addressed.
If not, then I would entertain a motion for the ratification of the admin approvals.
This is John, I'll motion to approve the ratification of administrative approvals.
Tony, a second.
Motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, no old business this evening. We do have a couple of public hearings this evening. Under new business, the first public hearing is for conditional use 2213. Mashad temporary RV residency at 13225 West Tycoon Road. It is zoned A1. It is 10 acres. The applicant is Gary Stringer. The owner is Raymond Mashad. And is the applicant here to give us an overview of what you're requesting this evening?
Yes.
If you'll come to the podium and state your name and what you're requesting as an overview for us, please.
My name is Raymond Michoud. I own the property at 225 West Tycoon Road. We're requesting temporary residence for the RV for as long as we can possibly get. The reason being is we didn't realize that it had been rezoned. And I moved Gary Stringer out there after the passing of his wife. And currently all the RV parks around here are currently full. And he also lacks income to get into one of the higher priced parks at this time.
All right, thank you. Diane, you want to give us a staff overview?
Yes, first of all, I want to say that it doesn't need to be rezoned. You just need to have a conditional use, so that way the RV could be there for longer than 30 days. So your zoning as it is good.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure, everybody- no problem. Planning's kind of in a whole foreign language to somebody not used to it, so.
This is all new to me.
And as Mr. Yu, Miss Yu, did discuss, they would like to have the residents there for possibly up to a year. The property is 9.95 acres, located on the south side of Tycoon Road between Wagner and South Tycoon, just kind of west of the little bend there. And the resident there, not only would be they staying there, but they're also providing some security for the tulip farm and maintaining the property while he's there also. You can reside in an RV for up to 30 days without a conditional use, but with a conditional use that allows for a longer period of time until he has a chance to find an RV spot in a actual RV park. So they are requesting for up to 1 year, so that would be until January 3rd of 2024. West Tycoon is an existing collector road. Of course, there's no dedication or anything. It is just a conditional use. As far as utilities, they are attached to a 50 amp RV service outlet and an existing electric box. They do have a frost-free, I cannot talk tonight, frost-free water hydrant located there, and the wastewater currently they have, the portable holding tank, a 40-gallon tote, and they do empty it at a friend's sewer going out. And if this is approved for longer than 30 days, it will contract with a porta potty service or something to that effect to have it pumped.
That's a great thing.
Yes, and adequate parking's available for the RV and visitors there at the site. I did include pictures. It is a large, big wheel RV. And I said they would like for up to a year. I would recommend that, if he has any outdoor storage of some of the stuff underneath that kind of screen it a little bit. That would make.
He tried to do that, but the storm took it out.
Weather's not exactly been very
No,
nice.
it has not.
That's what we have on that one, so I'll be willing to entertain any questions that you guys have.
Any questions, any of the commissioners, before we open it up to the?
I've been butchering your name for the entire time, so.
Not for Marcus. I'm not from Arkansas. I understand it's a northern name.
We're gonna go ahead and open this up to the public. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open a public hearing?
Second. Motion is second. Is anyone opposed? We are now open to the public. If there's anyone that wishes to speak, have any questions, comments in regards to the conditional use before us this evening, we'd ask that you come to the podium, state your name and address, and any questions or comments that you might have. Second call for anyone that wishes to speak. Before I call for the third and final, we did receive one email that's part of your package. This is from Jared Coonfield. Just with concerns in regards to the sewer disposal, which I think is spelled out in here. I don't know how much detail he had, but of course it's spelled out in the conditional use that it would be collected and then disposed, it seems as though properly. So that was one of the concerns that we did hear from an email. And we'll call the third and final call for anyone who wishes to speak in regards to the conditional use. At this point, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll motion to close the public hearing. Second.
Motion and a second to close. Is there anyone that's opposed? Any questions or comments, concerns in regards to the conditional use for 1 year for the RV on the A1, the agricultural property with the conditions that are spelled out before us in regards to disposing of the waste? If there are not, then I would entertain a motion for conditional use 2213 for the temporary RV residency at 13225 West Tycoon Road. Just as a reminder, it's zoned A1 and it would be for 1 year.
Jerry, I make a motion to approve CU 2213 temporary RV residence.
John, second. Motion to approve with the second. Caleb, if you'll do a roll call for me, please.
Joey Engel,
Yes.
Brandon Swoboda,
Yes.
Jerry Harris,
Yes.
Ben Lewis.
Yes.
Devin Murphy,
Yes.
Craig Langford. John Saxon,
Yes.
Tony Davis.
Yes.
Jeff Safarth.
Yes. Thank you. Good luck. All right, next on the agenda this evening is also public hearing. This is for rezone 22-32 Skylight Properties from A1 to C2. This is at 301 Greenhouse Road, 5 acres. The owner is Skylight Properties. Is the applicant here? Thank you. Just give us a quick overview of what your guys are looking to do.
Sure. So Patrick Foy, Half Associates, we brought this rezone for you a month and a half ago, I think. We submitted the clinical description that you see on the screen, and then I sent out the public notification that have the very list 60 feet from the road. So we're putting back so the public's aware that it is all the way the west. Back up to Silver Leaf, I think. Similar inch. So just trying to make sure everybody's in the loop. Understand it was always the west property line.
Thank you, Patrick. Donna, would you like to give us a staff overview, please?
Like Patrick said, no changes to the proposed rezoning request, no changes to the property that you all previously approved. However, there was an incorrect exhibit provided, and that was sent out to the public. So because the commercial is now directly abutting the adjacent residential property owners, we wanted to make sure that they had a chance to see what was actually going to be out and have a chance to comment on it, given that 60 feet and directly adjacent to them can be quite different. So the legal is the same. The proposed zoning is the same, but it is now going directly adjacent to the residential neighborhood. As opposed to having that buffer that was shown on the previous exhibit.
Was it approved with that buffer being called out?
Yes, it was approved with that buffer being called out. And then when we received the development plans, we were made aware that that buffer was not
It was
was not intended to be there. So we, as staff, said that we did need to have a new public hearing to give the adjacent property owners a chance to comment on the commercial zoning without that buffer.
Any additional questions or comments from any of the commissioners before we open up to the public?
I was just asking, I don't know if that was a typo.
No, it was just an incorrect exhibit that got to us. All right, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
John, I motion to open a public hearing for rezone 2232 Skylight Properties.
Motion and a second to open the public hearing. If there's anyone that wishes to speak, have any questions or comments in regards to the rezone of Skylight Properties from A1 to C2, we'd ask that you come to the podium. We do ask that you state your name and address and then any questions or comments that you might have in regards to the rezone. Second call for anyone that wishes to speak. And third and final call. This time I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is anyone opposed? All right, let's go through what we need to consider. Again, this is cleaning up some things as a reminder, you know, from what we had already approved in one of our previous meetings, but certainly open for a discussion or any comments this evening. Is the rezoning consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, including the adopted land use plan? If not, why? But I do think that it's consistent down that corridor. Does anybody disagree with that or have any comments? Is the proposed rezoning compatible with the surrounding area and zones? And again, I do think that this one is with the multifamily and some others that are around it and near it. Anybody have any comments or questions in regards to that? Would all the permitted uses in the new zone be compatible in this location and surrounding areas? And I do believe that with the that the C2 the permitted uses would be compatible in the locations around here. Any questions or comments in regards to that? Would the rezoning provide a benefit to one landowner, but not be considered for other similar properties in this area? And I do not believe that this would provide a benefit to the one landowner. Does anybody disagree with that or have any comments? And the last, if the public is opposed, why? And there were no oppositions from the public.
Are we re-voting on this? Did it go to council and get approved? No. Yes.
Yes, but we'll have to go and
Amended.
Where's the comp? Is the comp plan call for that whole parcel?
We're providing, it's an amended ordinance, isn't it?
we're not going to amend that ordinance. We're deleting that one and a new one.
So they wanted to revote.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna word for it. We're creating a new ordinance.
There's a word for it. Fill and replace.
Copy and paste.
All right, if there's no additional questions or comments, then I will entertain a motion for the rezone 2232, the Skylight Properties from A1 to C2.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to approve rezone 2232 Skylight Properties from A1 to C2 with the revised exhibits showing that the rezoning all the way to the west to abut Kimmel Ridge.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. If you'll do a roll call for me, Kayla.
Tony Davis,
Yes.
John Sessoms,
Yes.
Devin Murphy,
Yes.
Ben Lewis,
Yes.
Jerry Harris,
Yes.
Brandon Swoboda,
Yes.
Joey Engel,
Yes.
Jeff Safarth.
Yes. Thank you, Patrick. We appreciate it. All right, the next two on the agenda this evening are for the same parcel property. One is for a rezone from R2 to C3. The one following that, provided that the rezone is approved, is for a conditional use. Because to have a gas station or a convenience store, in this case, we do require a conditional use. So the two will be considered in our next two pieces. So the first one is a rezone 2230 for come and go. Again, they're requesting from R2 to C3. It is at the southwest corner of Main and Seba. It's 6.32 acres. The owner is Tony Steele, and Ozark Civil Engineer is representing. Is the applicant here to give us an overview of what you're requesting?
Good evening. My name is Mike Clawfelter. I'm with Ozark Civil Engineering, representing Steel Properties for the rezone request, as you had stated. It's currently zoned R2, which is medium density residential. We are requesting a C3 neighborhood commercial. We feel that it's in line with the future land use map for that type of zoning that we're requesting. Motions, I'm available.
Thank you. Donna, do you want to give us a staff overview?
Yes, so the parcels are currently undeveloped. It is adjacent to some existing neighborhood commercial to the north, which was part of the Terra Rose PUD. There is also some commercial to the west with the Legacy Sports Academy. There is R2 to the south and A1 agriculture to the east. The parcels are included as part of a commercial corridor designated on the comprehensive plan. It's described as including larger neighborhood commercial development, which due to its size has the ability to serve the entire northern half of the city rather than just adjacent residences. Capacity and scale necessitate stronger design standards to ensure compatibility with neighborhood residential. The request for neighborhood commercial is consistent with that stated goal. And because of the adjacent neighborhood commercial directly abutting the property, it is also compatible. It is abutting a minor arterial with Main Street, as well as a major arterial with Seba, so there is quite a bit of traffic going through this area. There is also direct access to Centerton water and sewer. And there is a fair amount of comprehensive plan alignment with this area being specifically called out for commercial development. We did receive 3 emails specifically regarding fuel stations and convenience stores. Those are included in the conditional use packet. Because if the neighborhood commercial is approved, conditional use would then also need to be approved in order for fuel stations or convenience stores to be allowed.
C2.
C2 is highway commercial, C3 is.
So it wouldn't be permitted otherwise.
Just to point out. I got confused just a second ago on item D, it incorrectly lists proposed rezone from R2 to C2, that should
Yes.
be C3.
Yeah.
That threw me off just a second ago.
That's where I was going there.
Yeah.
And we don't have access to the, not that it matters too much, but the PUD we approved for Terra Rose right across the street, I believe calls for a fuel station at that same corner.
It does, but it's currently on hold. So
There's not-
yeah, I understand. Yes. The other clarification that I want to point out is it looks like, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong here, the intent looks to be to sell approximately 1.5 acres. So rezoning the entire strip and then selling off a portion, which is listed incorrectly here, I believe, for the fuel station. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we're also requesting the conditional use, as you had stated, and that's going to be 1.5 acres of the 6.32 acres. The 1.5 acres will be in the northwest corner, which is directly southwest of the intersection of Seba and Main Street. I can give you a little bit more detail. I didn't know.
We'll get that in a minute. I just we're clarifying everything here. Just want to make sure that we had all the details here. So. Any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners before we open it up to the public? If not, then I would entertain a motion to open a public hearing for the rezone 2230 R2 from R2 to C3. Again, it's just over 6.3 acres.
I'll motion to open the public hearing.
No, second.
Motion and a second to open the public hearing. Is anyone opposed? All right, again, just as a reminder to the public, what we're considering here is the rezone from R2 to C3, which is neighborhood commercial for that 6 acres. So if there's anyone that has any comments, questions, or concerns in regards to this rezone, we would ask that you come to the podium, state your name and address, and then any questions, comments, or concerns that you might have.
Hello, I'm Cindy Zimstein and I live directly across from this property and I'm very concerned about the hazardous material that will be coming through there. That's really my main concern. We're okay with the future planning because it is in line with the city plan, the future plan, but the hazardous material, all the gasoline there is of great concern to us right now.
What's your address? Just
10 Main Street.
so you're on the other corner.
We're right across the street from where the plan is and all the traffic. There's so much traffic already in that corner. And this is just gonna make it worse. It's unbelievable. That this is even being considered.
I have a question.
It's just the zoning.
Concerned about is it the storage of the fuel or what's your concern about that? Okay, I understand the storage, of the fuel. That's what you're worried about leaking or
Yes,
something like that?
yes, explosions, anything. Go with it.
That big part of the conditional use discussion, though, this is just the only.
Potential. There's still a lot of residents there.
But for this one, what we're considering, and not that we won't keep your comments, but what we're considering is the neighborhood commercial part of it. We haven't approved a gas station. We'll approve neighborhood commercial potentially. And then from there, we consider what actually goes on the property once we do that. So this is for consideration to go from R2 to C3, which is neighborhood commercial.
So if
There'll be 2 hearings. One for the use of the land, one for use of the gas station. Separate.
So if a neighborhood commercial is approved, then the conditional use would also have to be approved in order for a gas station to be allowed. So the neighborhood commercial is our least intensive commercial district, and it allows things like grocery store, retail shops, that sort of thing. And if a gas station is to be put in, it would also have to be approved by the conditional use permit. To clarify the difference between the two.
Hi, Mitch Ryrie. I live at 1008 Terra Knolls. My question is just a point of clarification. You mentioned that the Terra Rose item was on hold. Was that the rezoning? Was that something, the action on the property?
It's the development.
The development.
The development, the PUD on.
Okay, so the rezoning was approved.
It's all done. It's for our clarification. They're not doing any development right now.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I'm Mary Flowers and at 119 Haas Street. Will be just south of where the proposed zone or rezoning is. I have several concerns and I probably should have done a little bit more research. I got distracted and couldn't do so. I mean, I do have a concern that, well, number one, why do we need it? We have 5 gas stations within less than 10 miles of each other, starting from our Casey's all the way into Bentonville.
I may have you come up in a minute unless you want us to truly consider the. If you're just going to talk about the gas station, well, we're not even thinking about a gas station at this point. What we're thinking about is the fact that that land, they're requesting that land be rezoned for neighborhood commercial. So
it's probably all has to do with that. I mean, I had this concern, I probably missed a meeting in there, but I had a concern when we put when we did rezone it. And we put the batting cages in there. And in the back of my mind, I always had this doubt, this thought that you guys were, that was gonna get rezoned into putting a gas station. So I don't, which all is part of commercial.
Correct. So the designation part of it was part of our comprehensive plan. That's been 3.5 years now, I think it was. So when we went through that, we designated this area, if you will, call it a corridor. As potential for neighborhood commercial. So it's simply a designation of a desire. I'll call it as the best thing based on what's needed for the city. And so then that was again brought before the public. After much research and some other things that go into the comprehensive plan. And then it was voted on and approved by not only the planning commission, but also the council. And so that lays our foundation for what we look at when we think about areas of the city. And so this particular corner, if you will, was designated as a neighborhood commercial, which is a less intensive designation, if you will, because it's not a highway. When you think about 102, it's more highway. And so we call it a more intense use. So that was done a couple of years ago as far as a plan. As far as our basis when we consider different parts of the city.
As long as I can come in and discuss it. I mean, it is really about the gas station and has to do with the impact of depreciation upon residential housing around it, which is my largest financial.
The next hearing is all about the gas station.
If this one is approved to go commercial.
Okay, because convenience stores and gas stations do depreciate your houses.
We'll hear that in the next, I promise we will call you, we will allow you to come back up. Anyone else wish to speak or have any questions or comments in regards to the rezone for neighborhood commercial? And we'll do a third and final call. Yes, sir.
My first time, do I need to announce name and?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah, Rick Casnica, 1530 Lexington Place. Apologies, got here a little bit late. So I guess the plan is to rezone all the red there.
You see the hatched area that says R2 to C3 on the left map? That's the area being discussed.
Okay.
Right side is what was discussed, which Jeff said is that plan for 3 years ago. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess my concern or question is, what about the infrastructure?
Will be part of that development, whatever goes in there.
Sure. I think it's no secret, right, that cities tend to develop and allow progress ahead of infrastructure. And section of Main Street, like Seba and Townview, that's great. Stoplights, nice, the road, drainage. But I think my concern is like, if we leave it up to developers, are they gonna get developed? Infrastructure, part of it's not, it's gonna be half done, half not. It's a lot of traffic on that street already. And so, just not a big fan. And I mean, is that, I guess, how we're looking at it is the developers of those individual.
So without development, there's no infrastructure upgrades or very minimal infrastructure upgrades based on the budget of the city. So oftentimes traffic studies are involved to determine the traffic impact on that, and the infrastructure upgrades are dependent upon that. So
Correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually a state road.
and 102 Business Main Street is an RDOT highway.
To get the state to come in and upgrade that, you have to give them a reason to come upgrade that.
Gotcha. So I run between Lexington and Tuscany, and I run on that little section of Main Street. I contacted the state and they said they've tried to give that section of road to the city. Not sure, like it wasn't official or what the process is to that. The mayor also commented that it's been some back and forth on Centerton wants the state to update or upgrade the infrastructure before you guys take it. It seems like it's this push and pull where nobody wants to do anything.
That's normal as far as the RDOT upgrades prior to releasing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a sticky situation.
It is, and for me, it's frustrating because like living in Lexington, there's a rise in the road, there's no sidewalks, traffic comes from 72. Hauling ass into that corner. And you know, I feel like it's a safety issue, and then we're gonna rezone and add more traffic to the road, and yet. State of Arkansas, city of Centerton are just, nobody's want to do anything. So.
I can tell you with the C3 that was approved north of that, as a PUD. I believe we had full, you know, with any development through there, we'll have full sidewalk upgrades. But again, without that development, it's kind of hard to just go in and upgrade a whole road.
Yeah, and in regards to the sidewalk, and we may be getting off base here, but the sidewalk goes from Townview, Seba, Main Street, all on that east side of Tuscany, and then it just stops at the corner.
That's part of that's a sidetrack, but the part of the Tuscany division, phase 3 and 4 of that division, that where they're working on now, just the cranes and stuff, is continuing that sidewalk all the way around.
All to the north side of it.
Not on
To the intersection.
though, right?
It was part of theirs. And they stopped it at behind phase 1, which is where you see it.
Yeah,
Behind that, the part of the phase 4 was to continue that sidewalk.
okay, well, that's good.
That's how it was explained to us,
On to Townview.
I get the news.
down to that tower,
Subdivision open.
to the stoplight.
Gonna be a lot of traffic coming out of there and I'm right in my driveway almost. I live across the street.
Anything else, sir?
No. Thank you.
I believe that's what Philip showed us.
Okay.
I live across the street in Tuscany in the corner of County Road.
What's the name and address for us, please?
County Road, my name is Bryce Cheatham. And the main entrance into this new subdivision is right across the street from my driveway, and I know it's gonna be hard for me to get in and out with all this new traffic. I can just imagine what all the traffic's gonna be. You know, down at the red light, when we get there, it's probably, what, 80 house plots in this new division, I don't remember how. But it's the traffic is getting to be really terrible. Especially on Main Street. So. But that's the only thing that concerns me.
What was your name, sir?
What,
What was your name?
Bryce Cheatham?
Your address?
230 County Road. Right on off the corner of the Main Street. Joining them.
Anyone else wish to speak or have any questions or comments in regards to the rezone?
Thomas C. Logs, 1421 Florentine Road. It's the first time I've been in a meeting. The way it comes across is it's a chicken and egg situation. My question is, what would be the cost to table this for 6 months or a year? Let's start with 6 months.
Well, since
Okay. What's the compelling reason to avoid the lawsuits when you're not ready and the people that live around there aren't ready? Or what you're proposing?
to consider, I imagine.
Okay, so for me, put me down as a no. I have friends that are no. I vote. And that's what I have to say. Does anybody have a question for me?
Nope.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak or have any questions or comments?
Jeff, I want to come back.
Absolutely.
Before we have to sit back down again.
I'll try not to.
It's the land use. gas station yet. Right?
Well, I mean, it's all still part, I mean, you're rezoning, so. Still part of the gas station. I'm still concerned about contaminants, hazardous waste, traffic. So it's more than just the gas station. And I can't get out on my road now. Between school traffic and regular work traffic. My home and their financial investment, that's all still part of this rezoning. For it, so it's again, not just about the gas station. You know, it comes down to, you know, this, I don't know how close it's gonna be to our homes that are right there on the south, just south of it. Comes down to the smells, the trash, the traffic, the, foot and vehicle traffic. You know, people coming in and out of there, what they're gonna do to everything. Right there, I know you guys are looking forward, future, potential growth, coming into there. For all this rezoning and stuff that you've already approved, and you talked about lawsuits, well, obviously, I mean, we're worried about lawsuits, that means you already have things in place. And things are already rolling, so I don't even.
My point would be that would be illegal, what he asked to do.
So, I just, before I, sat down and you guys all voted on it, I mean, I think I'm a no as well on rezoning of it, because I am concerned about the convenience stores and the gas stations and all the traffic and the hazardous waste, and I don't want it. I mean, the Casey's is close as enough, and I don't think we need it. We have enough of them. And I don't want a convenience store there either, so.
I'm Tim Miller. I live at 114 Haas, which backs directly up behind that, her neighbor and their neighbors. And whenever you guys approved R2 3 years ago, you assured us that it wasn't going to advance beyond R2. This wasn't going to be, and at the time we talked about a gas station. It wasn't going to be a gas station. It was just for the batting cages. So, and that our main concern was that it would turn into a gas station later. And 3 years down the road, now we're trying to approve it C3 so it could be a gas station. I know it's been 3 years, but we didn't forget that. We all still live there, and y'all told us it was going to be an R2 and it wasn't going to advance beyond that. So that's my concern, is you guys have changed what we was going to do 3 years ago. So, and I back up to that, so that will affect our property value on that, because it's residential all around all of that. There's very little commercial, just that little bitty strip right there. So I don't think it's the right place for it. You go out to the highway or the other highway, but not right there.
Are considered deleted.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
One other quick question. I'm just curious, I appreciate gentleman's comment. Is there a way to verify if there was an actual commitment made to not change the zoning from R2 or to not develop past R2?
You would have to go back in the minutes. I don't believe there was, and since then, we went through the master land use plan, which we had a year full of public meetings. And this was on there, and that what the master land use plan is to the right. So the commercial spans further north and across the road, just on the frontage of Main Street.
What was the land use plan? Was it C2 or C3 on the master?
It's just commercial.
It's commercial. It wasn't at the time. It wasn't.
We don't designate, yeah. But obviously
It was called out as commercial for the last 3 years. It's been called out as commercial, potential commercial space. Now they're.
Prior to that, when if they. That was a major intersection that it was figured that there would be commercial. That due to the neighborhoods, that we've gone with the lightest commercial, that it is less impact.
I think the traffic light upgrades also make it more
Yeah.
appealing for commercial use.
So the city and the state did do major upgrades For that in.
That's how you get those kind of upgrades, is to project that land and what you want to do with it. Get those lights.
Can you help me understand like what the commercial, is this just specifically from R2 to C3 and C3 is the lightest commercial?
Right.
And a gas station falls into the lightest commercial, it wouldn't be like offices or.
Conditional.
Additionally,
Okay.
Not.
versus automatic.
Gotcha.
There's a list of things in C3 that are automatic they can do, right? And then there's some that they can ask for the conditional use.
Gotcha.
And that's true. Yeah, well, depending on how this goes, but typically there's extra requirements placed on that conditional use because it's not allowed by right.
Okay. And again, I do understand that the infrastructure and the planning has kind of brought this all together, but the intersection's done. It doesn't go much further past just the intersection for like the improvements. And so, yeah, emphatic no on zoning that to commercial as it stands.
But
But
the way to get that is, again, development. We have to dedicate right away and then build additional infrastructure.
understandable. Thank you for explaining the. Rick Kaznicka. You need the address again?
What's up?
Anyone else wish to speak? At this time, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the rezone 22-30.
Jerry, I make most to close public hearing.
Give me a second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is anyone opposed? Any additional questions or comments from any of the commissioners or staff before we go through what we need to consider for the rezone? Remind me if I'm also not mistaken, but this is also a unique piece of property in the fact that on that south side of it is the large power lines, right? So there's,
Correct. There's a 100-foot utility easement on the south side.
all right, let's go through what we need to consider here. The first one is the rezoning consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, including the adopted land use plan. If not, why? And it is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan in regards to commercial on this piece of property. Does anybody disagree with that or have any questions or comments? Is the proposed rezoning compatible with the surrounding area and zones? And again, the designation of the neighborhood commercial, according to the zoning and the table that we have available, in my mind, makes what would be here compatible with a lot of the surroundings in regards to housing and other things.
I would say it's a little more sensitive than a typical commercial setting. We don't have a lot of kind of urban infill commercial. So the compatibility between that and everything around it is single family residential. So the screening, the green space, all of those items need to be taken into account with this one.
But we have finished the rezone across the street or in that
And we-
Rose area. So that is C3.
We dealt with the same thing there with a lot of buffering from the
Buffering
existing.
a lot of, because it does abut
Yeah.
residential.
But as far as the rezoning, you got the same, you got commercial to the north, east and west of that. Residential to the south, so it's buffered three.
But they're at,
section by commercial.
It's not to the east, I think.
the east is the whole parcel is being rezoned, not just the conditional use portion, right?
Okay.
The whole, was it 6 acres? The whole strip.
I'm just saying, this isn't a very intensive commercial district like Highway 102. Where we have kind of that taper between uses
One.
from commercial to multifamily to duplex to single family. This is straight commercial to single family.
Because the size of 10, it's a C3, not a C2, right?
most of the electrical easement is on this property. That will be a buffer in itself, so the commercial can't get all the way up to the adjacent properties.
That's on the south.
There's 100 feet, there's 100 foot of space easement between that residential parcel and.
Wow.
At least, right?
Some of the easement
Some of the easements on the residential.
on the residential, but it looks to be like maybe 80 foot, 20 foot. It's not clearly dimensioned, but most of it is on the commercial property.
So anything you build there can't abut that. You're right up to it. Right?
Next, would all the permitted uses in the new zone be compatible in this location and the surrounding areas? And again, with it being the less intensive from a commercial perspective, you know, considering the growth, considering the schools, considering some of what's coming by there. With the neighborhood commercial being designed around servicing neighborhoods and residents, I think that it would be that they would be permitted and compatible in the location. Certainly open it up for discussion on that one as well. Does anybody disagree? Okay. Would the rezoning provide a benefit to this landowner and not be considered for other similar properties in this area? And I do not believe that it provides one benefit to just this landowner. I believe that we would do the same consideration for all the similar properties that are in this area. Does anybody disagree with that? If the public is opposed, why? Are the objections based upon factual information relating directly to this request or opinion-based? Does any factual information presented apply to this rezoning situation? And when I look at some of the concerns as far as traffic, we don't have any numbers in front of us. There certainly is traffic. A lot of it was addressed whenever they put the stoplights on both sides. Could there be an upgrade to Main Street? I don't think any of us would disagree, but again, those requests come as needed and necessary. Property value was brought up, but I don't have any facts in front of me that says that if we rezone this neighborhood commercial, that property values automatically decrease. I don't have any facts in front of me that show that.
At the last meeting.
Tim, I don't have anything, okay? And so we're done with the public hearing at this point. So those seem to be the main concerns in regards to the rezone portion of it.
And I think they're legitimate points. But again, I think the light helps the situation compared to what it was before. And provides opportunity for dedicated right turn lane or something with this development as it builds up on that corner.
Well, I would say you say that part of it is if you're talking about on Main Street, you really can't do anything and it has to be all through. Are you saying the right around Seba?
Yeah, across Seba, widening Seba intersection.
A lot of that being RDOT. Yeah, you can't do anything unless they do it. So.
Are there any additional questions or comments, concerns from any of the planning commissioners?
I just looked at it, yeah.
Can we pull that? Can we just name a couple of?
Get the
read by rights.
Land use. Schedule of uses.
I say that because if you approve C3, but not additional use, what's allowed by right?
We're getting it.
As just a C, right?
And I think Devin doesn't want to say anything, but I think he had a good point too, you know. Yeah.
Would you like to say anything?
The gas station here has the potential to alleviate traffic at the red line on 102.
They'll cut through.
Do what?
They'll cut through that parking lot.
I'm talking about 102, stacking everybody going south. You know, if people, let's say, just want to go to a convenience store, they can go here and turn around, and go back home, might not even get on Main Street.
Yeah.
You know?
You're talking about pulling,
74,
pulling traffic
72.
from 102 in case he's pulling that business.
We've also-
Yeah.
We also talk a lot about traffic, but is a convenience store really a destination spot, or is it just the locals that are going by for the most part anyway, right?
But again, we
But
don't.
again, that's the
It may not be
conditional
a
use
gas
part.
station.
True. It
It
may
may not be a gas
that's
station.
why I want to get a C3. What's allowed in C3? If it's not a gas station, what is allowed?
The only reason I said that was because as bad as it sounds, everybody thinks differently, but I don't go to Casey's as much as I run if I'm going to town on 72. I'll go on my way and stop on the way back, then have to come back down to go to that store because the traffic, try to get back up. So I don't shop. As bad as it sounds, sometimes I'll just run all the way to Bentonville and back and go down and back like somebody on this side of town, are we not gonna drive to this unless they're just come and go nuts? And there's Casey's right by them on the way. So I mean, it's a give and take.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I don't, but I mean, and just thinking of traffic sometimes.
And I'm
closer
old.
to home than.
But what I can't see that. But
The vote right now, but the vote right now is, do we as planning commissioners believe that this property right now fits the, as a C3 fits the overall future plan? of
Correct.
development
Correct.
of our city.
So we want to look at what's allowed by right at least, right?
Can we go to
Like
like?
saying that I,
retail?
I mean, that's all encompassing
Okay.
without cutting stuff up. Retail, right?
There you go.
So childcare falls into there.
Can you
so all the Ps in that column, right?
can we scroll up?
It is the third column.
Third column.
Medical services,
Repair services,
Senior activity center.
medical services,
No.
childcare, commercial.
all the retail appears to be additional.
P is permitted.
Office.
Household repair, maybe appliance repair or something.
Yes, please, see his condition.
Yeah, just keep scrolling.
Scroll through it. It's a.
And the property across the street is already C3 zone.
Mhm.
Yes, so that's C3, that's C3.
Business machines and repair. Market.
So a grocery store, put that in there. They're permitted by right on C3 to put in a grocery store,
Correct.
which I think would be as intensive as a gas station.
Probably more.
Probably more. You consider.
It's hard to read text.
Now, I don't think you can put a grocery store on 1 acre of land
No, it's.
personally, but
But 6 acres.
yeah, the whole parcel is 6 acres, you're right.
Are there any additional questions in regards to what's permitted? Conditional in the C3? If not, then I would entertain a motion for rezone 2230 from R2 to C3. Again, it's the whole parcel, the 6.32 acres.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to approve rezone 22 coming go R2 to C3. The 6.32 acres at the southwest corner of Main and Seba.
This has been, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Caleb, if you'll do a roll call for me, please.
Tony Davis, John Sessoms,
Yes.
Joey Engel,
Yes.
Jerry Harris.
Yes.
Brandon Swoboda,
Yes.
Ben Lewis.
Yes.
Devin Murphy,
Yes.
Jeff Safarth.
I'm a yes as well. All right, next on the agenda this evening is for a conditional use 2211. This is a request for come and go fuel station and convenience store. They're requesting the southwest corner of Main and Seba. It's 1.5 acres approximate, if I remember correctly. The owner is Tony Steele, and then the engineering firm, Ozark Civil Engineering, is still representing them. Is the applicant, Michael, you want to go through a quick overview of what you guys are requesting?
Sir.
Thank you. Mike Claufelter with Ozark Civil Engineering, representing our client, Come and Go. Requesting a conditional use to serve a 3,968 square foot convenience store. It will include a 6 stack fuel pumps. We will have landscaping that will adhere to the city's requirements of at least 80%. We are proposing 2 monument signs at each access point, one being along Seba and one being along Highway 102. We are also going to improve and have a 12-foot trail that will extend along the north and east property lines parallel to Main and Seba. We will also improve with public sewer main extension that will extend from the southwest to the site, approximately 800 linear feet. Do want to note that it is just the 1.5 acres and it's at that southwest corner. There will be a buffer between the south property line of Come and Go and the residents to the south. It's approximately about 208 feet. I believe Donna has an exhibit that we have showing that, and also shows the 100-foot overhead electric easement. It's also a buffer. I did want to clarify, staff had made some comments as far as being directly adjacent to residential, but we would not be based on the rezone to the south and to the west of Come and Go. It would be zoned as that C3 as well. We do have 2 representatives with Come and Go, the site development manager. We also have the real estate manager. If you have any questions that want to direct straight to Come and Go. If you have any questions with the site plan, I'd be happy to help you.
I have a couple, Mike. I see 2 in our packet. There's 2 different layouts. One facing east to Main, and then one that's shown more similar to what's on the screen there.
The one that was facing to the east was during the pre-design meeting.
Okay.
The larger exhibit is what we were now proposing, where it faces north.
Okay.
So the fuel canopy and the fuel underground fuel tanks will be to the north. That was something else staff comments. There was a question about the tanks being directly located to the detention pond. We relocated that. Also, we had the tanks on the south side of the property and we relocated those to the north along Seba.
Do you happen to have any renderings? I see this is a bistro concept.
I could provide you some of those if need be. We didn't have any just because of the conditional use based on the overall site plan, signage and access points. Also, the 2 access points will serve as a shared access for not only Come and Go, but also to the west and the south to eliminate multiple curb cuts along those roadways.
So where's the closest one that would resemble it? Is it the new one over in Rogers?
That's correct.
Over in Rogers, across from the McDonald's, so if you go out 102. And then you make the right to go to the lake and then the left. Right there, as you get ready to.
And this might be better for Come and Go to explain.
Yeah, Alex Fielders.
Where's the new Come and Go?
Development Manager with Come and Go.
Said it's not the same.
So we built a few of our newer prototypes called the Marketplace, which is a 6,000 square foot store, which would be the store that you're just describing. We also put one at Rupel and Mount Comfort recently, Pinnacle and Pleasant Grove Road, and then Wagon Wheel, Cross Street Wagon Wheel, 71. That one was about 3 years ago. So that's kind of the look and the feel of the outside of the store. That was a 6,000 square foot store. We're proposing a 4,000 square foot store here. So just a little bit smaller, but the same materials, look and feel, the aesthetics of those newest ones that we've added.
Thank you. Any other questions or, well, actually, we need to get a staff overview, sorry. Yeah.
I have a concern on the green space proposed. Can you tell us where the green space is on this? And how much, what percentage is proposed?
As it stands now, there's 30.45 roughly percent.
How much?
We're at
4.5.
It's the edge. Just maybe a little bit to the west of the building by the dumpster. That's including the detention pond.
So this will be green, this will be green. Everything along the property lines will be green. So we're meeting the 80% maximum for impervious area. We're actually exceeding.
You didn't put together a landscape plan, did you? Just conceptual site?
Not yet.
Go ahead and have Donna give us a staff. Yeah, Donna, do you want to go ahead and give us a staff overview?
Sure. So this one, is part of the one we saw. There is a fuel station that was approved as part of the community to the north, but that one is currently on hold. And we haven't received any development plans for that. The comprehensive plan, does describe neighborhood commercial, serving adjacent residences in the entire northern half of the city. Staff has some kind of mixed feelings about this one. It is a good spot for a fuel station, but a fuel station would cater more towards strictly vehicular traffic, as opposed to more of a service oriented neighborhood commercial. If the planning commission does approve, we recommend approving with all of the conditions. There were some concerns regarding the location of the fuel tanks directly to the detention pond. We received a new plan today. Moving those, also addressing some concerns that RDOT had with the entry onto Main Street. The proposed hours of operation for the gas station are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that is something else that the planning commission should consider if they want to place some restrictions on. There is 20 parking stalls proposed, which is consistent with one spot for 200 square feet retail. There are 6 employees proposed for a typical workday. Per the narrative, fuel deliveries are anticipated twice per day, with larger deliveries occurring on average a week, with a couple of deliveries per week for the smaller vendors. There is utility access, because it's currently split between a couple of people. This is need to do a property line adjustment lot combination in order to get it all onto one actual parcel. That is a condition that would have to be done. We were recommending a condition that the tank wouldn't be located next to the residential. That's been fixed. But any outdoor screenage would be screened. There was a condition that, a maximum of 80% of the site could be permeable. If the planning commission would like to consider also looking at green space as far as what could be usable, that sort of thing. Hours of operation would definitely be an item I recommend look at more detail. We did recommend landscaping as far as street trees, parking lot landscaping, installing an irrigation system to make sure that the trees don't die. Screening around at least the south side, so that way there is some of that visual buffering. Even if there's an easement, there's nothing there, the gas station can still be seen. Looking at access management, Public Works has stated that canopy signage would not be allowed. That was already discussed. So they are looking at monument signage. Is a summary. If you have any questions, let me know.
I think we're writing a few down that we may come back to here in a little bit. All right, we're gonna go ahead and open this up to the public. And again, this public hearing is for the conditional use for a come and go fuel station and convenience store. Also called a bistro, I believe was the other name that was used. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
John, I motion to open a public hearing for conditional use 2211 come and go.
Then second.
Motion second, is anyone opposed? All right, at this time, we are open to the public for anyone who wishes to speak. Similar process that we followed, name and address, and then any questions, comments, or concerns that you might have.
Cindy Bluestein, 1092 Main Street, directly across from this proposal. And our driveway, I have several points. The first one is our driveway is on Main Street. It is almost impossible now to get in and out of there, and always fearful from if we come from Main Street North or just that little short stop from the stoplight to our driveway, we're always having to look in the rearview mirror and hoping that somebody has seen us hit the brake and the turn signal to get in. It's dangerous for us to come and go from that already. Now, you all have seen the corner of 102 and Main Street with Casey's there. It's sometimes a gridlock. Cars trying to come in, the stoplight right there, traffic backed up all the way down to the old child care center up there just right before our house. We've seen it plenty of times. We've been involved in it. This is exactly what's going to happen there. As soon as you open that, the traffic is horrendous there right now. And that's without a convenience store, let alone a gas station. Nobody wants a gas station in a residential area for real. This just, to me, I can't wrap my brain around that. Why would you want to put a gas station in that area? Most of the property there is residential. You can't deny that. They just built one on 72 in Elmtree. You have one on 102 in Maine. Why are you going to put one just a mile down from Casey's? And you have another one over here. We have enough. There's enough there. We don't need the additional traffic, not even to mention the traffic on Townview. You barely have enough room for 2 cars, let alone 2 cars and a bike trail. And now you're going to have all the traffic coming in from Tuscany once those houses are sold. And you have a gas station there that's coming and going constantly. Cars coming in and out and traffic jams right there. Our house is totally affected. Our home, this is our home. I know that the plan for the future is to be commercial whenever we pass on or move on. But for right now, this is our home. And y'all are wanting to mess with our home again. In my understanding, all the improvement in that corner has been made and there's not any plan for any further improvement for that corner and none for Townview. I need y'all to really consider this prayerfully. I mean, most of the property around that are residential. Only one place across the street from it is commercial. But it's looking at a brick wall. It's a daycare. That's not interfering with all of our lives like a convenience store will with gas stations. That's not okay. Y'all are messing with our homes, our property values, our lifestyle, and this is not okay. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thomas Laux, 1421 Florentine Road. I believe I heard you make the statement that you didn't have facts in front of you for the last vote. Can we get some facts? This store is going to be approximately 4,000 square feet. I haven't heard any compelling reason to have it here or any facts for that. So before you vote, maybe we could get some compelling reasons or facts for why. Can we get the number of vendors that are going to be there on a daily basis? So the Pepsi truck has to go in there, Coca-Cola truck has to go in there. I haven't heard any numbers. Can somebody here or maybe the representative tell us how many times the trucks are gonna come a week, how many vendors gonna be. Nobody builds a store unless they plan on making money. So they're projecting a certain number of people. Can we get the projected number of people or vehicles that are gonna be going into that store per week? So when you vote yes on this, you can tell everybody, I voted yes, knowing that 400 people a day are gonna go there. Has anybody thought about the fact that when those school buses leave, that street is full? You're gonna have hazmat tankers. I heard 2 a day. Is that correct? 2 times a day, they're gonna fill those pumps up and those buses run and they fill that up. That's a potential problem. So until you get an expert that can mitigate that or write that off and say, hey, we've thought of this, maybe when the buses run, we should restrict the fuel trucks from being in that area. I think those are things that are reasonable to think about. It might be peripheral issues because they haven't come up. But I think that those would be good questions to ask. And I'm asking you to either give me an answer or to think about it before you vote yes on this. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Like to speak, Mary?
Just in case it didn't go in the books before. Just want to reiterate everything I already talked about, and no, I don't have the facts or the results. I should have gotten that before coming here. Facts about conversation about the depreciation of our homes. I mean, we're not all dumb. It's going to depreciate our homes, and it talks. I don't remember if it was EPA.gov. I've looked at various sites where it talks about, you know, your homes go down 3 to 6% just for them being there. They never go back up. We are going to, I mean, everything that he said before, I mean, we're going to have all the different trucks, the different vendors going in and out of the additional traffic. You guys talk a lot about landscape, green space. I love landscaping. I love green space. I like to ride my bike. I go to the trails. But you don't talk about our homes. You're not talking about our homes. You're talking about everything else. Got to include, you know, our biggest financial investments or the people who live around, you know, the people who live around there. Those are our homes. I do not want a gas station on that corner. I don't want everything that's involved with it. I don't want the hazardous materials, the contaminants, the trash, the smells, the traffic. I'm sure there's a lot more at stake that it's going to affect. I mean, again, we have a lot of gas stations within 10 miles. Why do we need another one right there in a residential area? And I forgot about the one that was put out on 72. So that's even another one. I think, you know, that you need to consider all that and do a little bit more research, you know, on our benefits, not just on our city's benefit, on how the city is going to benefit for having that in there. Start thinking about the residents.
Hello. Peggy Newhoff, 1171 Ellen Ray Lane. Centerton, 72719. Just a couple concerns from my side. I have a young family. You know, the kids like to ride their bikes around our neighborhood. With the addition of the high school, the batting cages, the baseball facility, traffic on Seba has just gotten pretty intense. I don't feel comfortable letting the kids ride their bikes on Seba anymore between Chatty and Ellen Ray on our neighborhood. It's just too much. People on their phones nowadays. This is supposed to be a quiet residential neighborhood, and I feel like it's moving away from that. And that's kind of concerning to us, you know, with a young family. Obviously, we want to keep our kids safe. And feel like we can enjoy that quality of life that we feel we deserve. just some other things. You know, with the high school, the traffic coming through there, it's high schoolers. So pulling in and out of that gas station, they don't have the most driving experience. So that's just another concern of traffic accidents, just for everyone's safety around there. They're proposing 24/7. So that means the lights are gonna be on 24/7. You know, I've heard the comments earlier tonight. C3 is the least invasive commercial. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
I feel like a gas station is the most invasive thing that you could put there. So I feel like it goes against the master plan in that sense. And I feel like it is a gas station, not a convenience store. And the other people they mentioned, we have enough of them. So it's not a convenience for the people living in the area. If anything, I think it's a nuisance. And I think it will, in the statement, it said won't increase traffic. I would disagree and would say it would increase traffic, because you think of the high school with the sporting events at night, graduations, parties or whatever. People forget stuff, they're gonna cut that way, they're gonna go that way, and it will become a destination spot on the way to the high school. So just a couple of my concerns.
Thank you.
Rick Hasnicka, 1530 Lexington Place. How many of y'all have been in Northwest Arkansas for a long time, familiar with the area? I grew up in Springdale, and there's a time, late 80s, early 90s, where there were gas stations all up and down Thompson. Too many at one point, where the city like had them catty corner. That's all it was. Gas stations and car lots. I understand the need for development. Don't think a gas station in this location is the right direction. What happens next? We're gonna put a vape shop next to it. Food truck. Parking lot, like, where does it stop? I think it's important to understand, like, how far is Casey's? Less than a mile, more than a mile? 1 mile exactly. 1 mile away. How many police calls do they get on an annual basis because of accidents, shoplifting? Not a lot of nice people hang out at gas stations. You know, how many calls has Centerton Fire responded to for fuel spills at Casey's? They're gonna be doing that too. The high school is a concern to me, right? I'm not that old. I remember what I did in high school, on lunch breaks, before class, after class. You're gonna have a point of kids meeting. You know, coming to the gas station to hang out before class, after class. Can result in accidents. God knows what else. I think, like, again, understand the need for development, moving forward. Gas station's gonna look great for 2, maybe 3 years. It'll be a nice gas station after about 5, 10 years. Show me how there's no trash and litter blowing around, stains on the concrete. I understand these people are concerned about depreciating values, but the look of the town, like Casey's is a nice gas station, but it's kind of dingy. It's kind of gross. You know, the added traffic, 2 fuel trucks. These folks pointed out vendors, you got Coke, you got Pepsi, you got Monster, you got Red Bull. I'm running on that road. I've been almost hit by 2 school buses because they won't pull over because there's no room. Several trucks. I mean, My headstone can read, I told y'all so. I understand thinking forward, but a gas station is definitely the wrong direction here. I implore you guys to vote no on this. I think commercial would be fine. Office, daycare, something less intrusive than a 24/7 gas station. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Gina Miller and I'm at 114 Haas. And so my husband and I and our family have lived at this residence for almost 19 years. Our property would be directly south of this proposed development. I previously sent an email already, so it's probably part of your package. But there's just a concern with a business operating 24/7. Yes, we can have our backyard. We understand development and the need for that. We have the baseball facility. That's pretty much in our backyard. There's constantly headlights shining in the back of our home. So to have that happening, and that happens until approximately 9 o'clock at night, but to have that happening, you know, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, our bedrooms are located on the back of our home. So that's a big concern. Along with property value and other items that were noted in my email. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Annette Schmalley and I live at 112 Haas Street.
First name again? Sorry, I didn't.
Annette,
Thank you.
sorry, I'm congested. So I'm all about progress and moving this thing forward. However, you know, I understand the come and go, but I have an issue with it being 24 hours. There isn't really an issue. There really isn't a reason to have, except for money, to have something operational in a 24-hour operation in a residential zone. 6% of convenience zones in the United States has crime. That those convenience zones, 6% are held up. So what is that? What does that look like in our neighborhood in regards to increasing crime as well? And then all of the, as well as selling alcohol from the store. Even though we have Casey's down the street, it's not a lot of residential because it's on the main highway. So when Benton County became a wet county, you know, additional transient population has come into our county because of, we are now selling alcohol, which is great because people want to drink. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, it brings additional type of person into the city that we may not want in our city because they're bringing in drugs, paraphernalia is being left out on the sidewalk. That's, kids are picking it up. You know, there's a lot of that concern in regards to my kid is picking up a syringe and sticking their finger. And now I have to have 6 months of testing to ensure that my child does not have, you know, AIDS or some type of disease. I think it would be really helpful, as mentioned earlier, that we would have some data to back up the reasoning and for this
gas station. People had mentioned about, the gas station blowing up. What are the safety measures that you all can provide us to tell us what those safety measures are? And then the ambient solution, pollutions. How much will be in that vicinity of our neighborhood? That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Tim Miller again, 114 Haas. I just want to say that we all bought our houses in a residential area. I just want you guys to think before you approve it. Would you all want a gas station 80 feet in your backyard where you live right now? Think about that.
I can't help but wonder if this is a manipulation of the city codes.
What was your name again?
Cindy Zimstein,
Thank you.
because you've approved for C3 zoning. That does not include a convenience store with gas. You have to go to C1 or C2 or something like that.
It does actually allow for it.
It allows for a conditional.
But not, well, exactly, you have to go conditionally then.
There's many different.
Go for the wanting exactly so that there's not an issue. To me, it looks like manipulation of the system, going for C3 and then asking for conditional use.
We actually do this all the time, and that's the reason we have some of the conditions in there so that we can review each and every aspect of it, and we can put conditions on it versus them just come in and do whatever they want. So this actually allows us to request certain things of them, and then they can say yes, they could say no. So that's the reason we go through the conditional use process and the reason there's a public hearing. So that the residents know exactly how they could be impacted or what's going on next to them. And so that's the reason that we do the conditional use the way that we have it done. And we're not the only city that does this. Many cities go through the same process.
Convenience store wasn't on anything on the,
It is as a condition.
still, we're a residential area that you're trying to put something like this in, and this is, how would any of y'all like to live in a next door or across the street from a 24/7 convenience store where the lights are shining right into your house? So we're gonna have to buy more things. We're gonna have to do more landscaping just for our protection, so we can get sleep at night. So it's an extra expense for us on top of our property values decreasing. We don't even need a gas station in residential areas. That's just crazy. That's all I think.
Rick Hasnicka. Just from my knowledge, can you help me understand the conditional part again? So we've approved it to C3, which is the lowest one. And then would it be possible for you guys tonight to say conditionally, it'll never be a gas station? Or is it just when someone comes to buy the property that C3 can change?
So if we approve a conditional use this evening as a gas station, it has to be a gas station unless there's a percentage and some other things. If it was to get destroyed, they are allowed to rebuild. But if it changes for whatever reason, then a condition would have to come back to us, if that answers your question. If they want to change it to something else in there, it's different than a gas station. So that's all we're approving this evening is.
Can I try to answer the question? So we looked at the schedule of uses earlier. There were certain things that in C3 had a P, which is permitted.
Gotcha.
So let's say this was one of those instances. As long as they meet the minimum city code for any permitted use, they can come in and build whatever they want.
Gotcha. And so the C's
So
condition.
the conditional use allows us to apply additional conditions of their approval, whether that be landscaping, building materials, time of business.
Lighting, all those things.
And we get to tailor that to better suit the area.
Gotcha, okay.
So that's,
Instead of it being a blanket, you can come in and build that gas station however you want. You can put additional restrictions on it.
So it's not conditional necessarily on the use of it, as in it's conditional, like, additions to it, right?
correct. In order to build a convenience store, you have to go through the conditional use process, which will pretty much always add additional terms to your approval.
I just saw number 128 there, it's funny. Okay, and I think for me, like, I feel like you guys can wave a magic wand and do away with the 24/7 pretty easily, because that's where Casey's is today, right? They close at 11, 10.
I don't know. They do close, yes.
They do close, but I don't know if that's part of a conditional or part of their own business.
Okay.
That one likely is C2, correct?
Yes.
That's highway, which is 100% permitted. They don't have to get our permission to do it. They can do it.
We had nothing to do with that,
They control them.
their business hours. Now, since this is conditional, yes, it's something that we can talk about.
Yeah, I think that would help, but I don't think it alleviates a lot of people's concerns. I know a lot of folks have been coming up saying 24/7 is a big issue, but I think even if it was 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, we're all still gonna have the same issue, so, okay. Cool, thank you for that.
That's the difference between conditional and permitted.
Yes.
Cases is permitted. We can't do anything about what they do.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
My name's Tony Steele. I'm the property owner. I have been here a long time. We developed Skinner and Haas and Ellen Ray and Chatty and all of those. And this has always been held back because the master city plan was this commercial. So when those people bought their house, they knew that was going to be commercial. You know, it was on.
Please address us, please.
You know, and as far as we got over 1,000 houses to the north. Allamore, Oak Tree, Orchards, where do they have to get gas? They gotta come, they gotta drive to Casey's, or they gotta go to Bentonville. We need services in Centerton, and I just feel like that's an ideal location.
Thank you, Tony.
Anyone else wish to speak?
At this time, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Joey, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
John, a second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there anyone that's opposed? So I have a few questions. I'll probably need both of you guys. Well, probably just more.
I was gonna ask if Mike and the client wanted to come up and just talk about what you've heard and any ideas that you have. Where's Mike?
Thank you. Some of the things I've heard is infrastructure upgrades, traffic concerns, property value decreases, site lighting, hazardous material. My understanding, and maybe Come and Go can speak, as far as hazardous material explosions, I think gas stations in the United States are one of the most highly regulated businesses. How often do you hear explosions occurring? As far as infrastructure upgrades, we are having to upgrade, we're providing the extension of the city trail to the north, be 12 feet wide. Also providing the trail extension along Main Street. Can't really reiterate anything on property value. Site lighting, we will provide a photometric plan. We will have to adhere to the city requirements where the light can't spill over the property lines. As far as traffic concerns, convenience stores are meant for convenience. They're not considered a waypoint, so it's a convenience to the area. Come and Go not only sells fuel, but they also sell food, milk, medications. They have a deli. They provide pizzas. They can go in a little bit more in detail, but and I can let Come and Go speak. To address what Mike was talking about, a lot of what I heard tonight was about traffic. And I'm very sympathetic to the traffic issue. I think it would be really important to step back a bit and look at, say, a half-mile radius around this intersection. And say, well, what do we have a half-mile around this intersection? Yeah, there's a school, a daycare, maybe a few things, but generally speaking, it's subdivisions, it's houses, it's residential. And part of the problem with that is there's no services for those houses. So everyone has to get in their car and they have to drive a mile plus to go get those services. And I'm quite sure all those people in those houses are pumping gas somewhere. And as was stated, we have a lot more than just gasoline. We have food. We have an upgraded food program coming. We have seats in the store. You can come in and eat, sit down. It's not a full-scale restaurant, but we like to think it's a convenience store that's a different experience than your typical convenience store. So when it said it's just a gas station, no, it's more than a gas station. It's an elevated gas station. I mean, and the truth is, the vast majority of the traffic going through that intersection is coming from those houses, going to somewhere else and coming back to those houses. This will provide a local service to that neighborhood. 24/7 may be a concern, but if you've got a kid that's sick in the middle of the night and you need to go get Robitussin, and we have that, is that such a bad thing to have down the street? There's a lot of benefits to this, and I understand the concerns. I'm really sympathetic.
Just talk to us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Apologize. And so what I think is important is to just step back and say, will this provide something to the neighborhood? Because I think one of the things that the staff report kind of was iffy on is whether this is a service for people elsewhere. And I would say that this is a service for the people in the neighborhood. Because you're going to have services that don't exist in that area now brought there. So.
So if it's not 24/7, are you guys completely opposed?
And Alex Sappingfield, Real Estate Development Manager with Come and Go. No, it's a conversation I'm willing to have. I did hear somebody say earlier that the only reason we want to be 24/7 is to make more money. That's actually not true. We typically lose money being open over the night. That's to provide that convenience that Douglas was describing to people and to be consistent with our brand. Not all of our stores are open 24 hours a day right now. I think they all are in Northwest Arkansas, but in other communities where either restrictions put on us where we have to close early, or we choose to close early because of the neighborhood that we're in, which this one could fit our choice in doing so. Or, in today's world, staffing issues are a big problem and it's hard to get people to want to work. So there are times that we do close early. I guess one of my concerns was that with the C-store that was approved for the PUD across the street, did that have restrictions put on a limit of hours?
I would have to.
So that would be kind of one of my concerns where it's like, well, if they don't have a limit of hours, why would we right across the street have to?
I forgot it was there, honestly.
Leaves though, because they didn't have.
It was more conceptual kind of site.
It wasn't an actual conditional use. It was just
It was a planned unit development and those were, there were a couple things in there that they knew for sure that they were doing themselves. But as far as the gas station, that was just something they were considering for that intersection to be included in the PUD, but there was no gas station that had reached out to them.
No,
And said-
that was an idea and it wasn't anything set in stone. It's on hold at this point anyway, so we don't even know if it's come through.
So again, willing to have a conversation about it. That's just- I consider.
So, all right, I have a question, because I didn't, last concept I saw there was a bank, and when somebody told me earlier it was a gas station, I forgot. Originally, there was a
I
bank.
remember there being.
A question of our team. So if it's part of the PUD with just a concept, you still have to go through the conditional use process. Because technically we haven't approved it.
Haven't approved a gas station. Specifically.
But we approved their PUD, which had conceptual issue.
That is one of the things that they included as a potential item for that corner with the PUD that they had laid out for that corner.
The same corner, right across. it, where
Oh,
the-
yeah,
where
just
the-
on the
where
north side.
Where the daycare is now.
Okay.
The same intersection.
So I'm hearing.
And they had no one that was their.
They hadn't sold that
So.
lot or had a partner that was gonna build.
Mhm.
But if they come back, will you require them to do a conditional use for a gas station, even though we had approved a PUD?
Because we review each building that's in there, correct?
We did, yeah. We did the
Yeah.
daycare.
Yeah, because the daycare we saw.
Daycare is a community center. There was office buildings or office,
Yeah,
and there, that corner was a.
yeah. That was one of the things that they have in mind as part of their concept.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I just-
That's
So I don't think anything was put on them, correct?
No, there was no time limits. I do recall that. Because again, there was nothing specific other than things that they were planning on constructing and leasing themselves.
That's not to say they wouldn't put their own restrictions on it with the other buildings that are gonna surround that property, like a daycare and other things, you know, so I don't know.
What questions do you
I
have?
have,
mean,
I have a whole list of questions.
Let's go.
Do we want to go over them, kind of get an idea, let everybody talk about it, and then come back and kind of make decisions on it? Or are we gonna go one by one?
I would say let's go one by one. And because it may spawn some.
It could.
So. 'Cause I have,
Finish the hours?
I only have one more, but yours may be included, so I'll let you go.
I think yours are the same as I.
You want to come back and talk about the hours, Jeff?
I heard there was not necessarily an opposition to ours.
What's your typical schedule?
In places that hours are restricted, what do you?
Yeah, typically it'd be closing down at midnight and reopening at 5 AM. Based on what I've heard here tonight, I hear the neighbors' concerns. I can see your concerns. That's something we'd be willing to amend to say we would close down at midnight every night, reopen at 5 AM as a condition for this use.
All right, thank you.
Donna, I think Donna had a question.
So the PUD approval for across the street would require a conditional use permit if it is not specifically included as the PUD, which the fuel station was.
So it would not require, the fuel station would then not require a conditional use.
Correct, but there are some statements in the PUD, like they need to do a lighting plan, large scale development, that sort of thing, but hours were not something that was specifically discussed.
And I think that's something we missed because it was so conceptual in nature. It was more like just a line on the paper. There was no client, there was no.
Yeah, possibilities.
Okay,
An
so
idea of what they wanted to put there, not what they actually plan on putting there, and now it's approved.
I've got a question, Jeff. So we're approving additional use, but this would still have to come before a large scale, correct?
Correct.
The lighting plan.
Yeah, because this is,
Because orientation of the building is shown one way on one concept, now the orientation on this is showing another orientation, so.
correct. I think they tried to amend to address some of the concerns. that staff, gave, and we know the holidays are not always the easiest to get a lot of things done. So it did come in late, but yes, we would still see a full scale development plan in regards to that. Floor is yours, Joey.
Okay. Back to the come and go, guys. I did C-store design for 10 years. I know in different markets, we had different prototypes for buildings. I know you're going with the bistro. My concern on this is it not fitting that residential feel? And please don't take offense to this, but outside of typical come and goes, aren't very warm per se. Maybe it's the silver and the red. What type of material changes can you discuss that could help blend this better into a residential environment? I believe I've seen some where they have stonework around the pillars on the canopy, things like that. Is there any sort of like brick wainscoting around the building or anything to help those building materials tie into a residential setting?
We actually change the materials frequently for different.
Sorry,
The speakers all point that way.
Yeah, and I know you probably have 40 different.
And the microphone's right there. So
Okay, very good. So we actually do a number of different designs in different markets. Particularly in the West in Colorado, we have a lot of places that require us to have particular imagery or materials. So we're quite flexible in that. We do quite a bit of brick and stone, augmenting our regular panels. We do have our general corporate colors, but there's a lot of flexibility there. In Fayetteville, we've turned stores different directions, added glass to multiple sides. We're actually quite flexible in that. So this isn't a design that is like set in stone.
Okay. Let's see what's here for you. That would be a recommendation.
I'm gonna come back at large scale there, right?
It will come back at large scale. But that would be something that I would feel pretty adamant about, is getting that kind of characteristic feel of the neighborhood. Not trying to lose that. And I would point you towards, I think, one that's done a pretty good job on it. I don't know where you guys are from. I don't know if you've traveled around here, looked at your competition, but the Casey's in Bentonville on Highway 72 and J Street, they did a lot of stonework, things like this. They had a bunch of hoops to jump through. And I think it does blend in well in that location. And it's similar to the location we're talking about residential items and things like that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that store and I guess I wish we had some elevations to show you. We haven't built in the north part of north of Rogers in quite a while. So we're, 2 prototypes beyond the C-stores you're gonna see in Bentonville at this point. And the materials have come a long way. We use a lot more brick, a lot more niche-y, a little bit more modern look to the store, but sitting down, looking at elevations and coming to a compromise on something with that feel, aesthetic, whatever, we're willing to.
Let's see if I got anything else for y'all. I like that Donna mentioned monument only. I think a canopy sign would be way overbearing in this location. I'm sure you guys are on board with that. Probably nothing new. I had a question on sidewalk. I finally picked it out of Mike's plan. We got it along both frontages. I don't know where Mike went. Yeah. Let's see here on the trash enclosure, looking for something to be gated. Again, back to the residents over here. I think they need screening visually and then screening physically for any sort of trash.
Yeah, a full brick gated trash enclosure is standard.
Yes. Okay. And I would
think they're 8 feet tall typically. They're tall enough you can't see into it.
I would challenge y'all to match the aesthetic of the building with the gate material.
We frequently actually take the materials right off the building onto the trash.
Again, we talked about cutoff lights. So obviously no light
trespassing onto any property.
Meet those requirements frequently.
Yeah. Columns. Okay, here's my big ones. One, the landscaping, we're gonna have to bump that up above the minimum city requirements. We need street trees, obviously on the north side, the east side. Obviously, we have to adhere to site triangles. Under spot for your sign, we can cluster, we can spread them out. Again, nothing new to y'all. On top of that, interior, landscaping, obviously, and then more importantly, I'm concerned with the south side.
South.
And I don't know if it's something that we do. We add a green space buffer or green space island to screen essentially the come and go from the shared drive. Or if we look at coming on the south side of the shared drive, but my main motivation would be screening for the residents to the south, actually all surrounding south and east and southwest. So that would be something that I'd feel real strongly about.
The trick there is obviously we're wrapped in that shared drive, so any of the landscaping that you're describing would take place on a piece of property that would not be ours.
Well, maybe we have too much on there. Maybe the property needs to increase, maybe the footprint, not the building footprint, but something else needs to decrease because the landscaping will be required.
Well, the shared drives were actually done as a way of
You said this doesn't go,
access to the other commercial lot.
Well, yeah, I love the shared.
line doesn't go all the way to the easement though, right? So there should be areas south of the drive that doesn't.
Yeah, it's not on their property though, is what they're saying. Make it
6 acres, right?
no, they have it quartered off in the corner. See, that's a new property line. They're gonna.
Property line straddles the center of the roadway, so it would be a shared roadway with the adjacent.
So a buffer that you're describing, if we did it along the south side of the road, that would be buffering our commercial to another commercial lot.
Sure, maybe we move it down.
And there's 200, I think there's 214 feet from our property line across that lot, across 100-foot wide easement before you get to residential. And we're willing to work with Mr. Steele on what we can do with landscaping along there, whether he, gives us a TCE to go put in some more trees, just sit down and have a work session with you to see what you'd like to see there. But the way the site's designed today, yeah, you're asking us to, add stuff on a piece of ground that we don't plan to own.
I believe it's in the code though. It's required, correct?
For property that is adjacent to residential, yes, there has to be screening.
So because they're not.
Because there's a street into another commercial lot.
To clarify, to have a shared drive, it does not have to be split between parcels. You can have a shared.
Access easement.
As long as there's an access easement that allows the adjacent property owner to use it, then they can be entirely within the come into the property.
Or outside.
Or outside, and there can still be that landscape buffer on the come and go property. As long as there's that access easement that allows the adjacent commercial to use it.
And I don't really know what could fit to the south there. But maybe it's a landscape easement, private easement along that. They're not gonna let you plant in their 100-foot electric easement. So maybe it's a 10-foot buffer just on the north side of that electric easement that we can do some landscaping in, something like that. I'll let y'all figure out how you want to do it, but.
Yeah, again, that'd
Something.
have to be something that the landowner agrees to. It's where you're describing that buffer is not a part of our development.
Right, but you're gonna have to plat the property. You're gonna have to do a lot split.
Yeah.
And with that is the overall parent tract. So access easements, this landscape easement, it's all centered around that one plat.
Yeah, somewhere willing to look at and probably accomplish.
Other than that, traffic study, I think is definitely warranted here. So that would be Mike, working with traffic engineer to get that. See what sort of impacts we're gonna have, see what sort of recommendations they're gonna apply to this project.
Let's make it the traffic study.
Yeah, I wanted to see the traffic study, especially on 72.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially on 72.
Main Street.
Yeah, Main Street, yeah, my.
Other than that, I just had hours of operation,
That's
so
in right now, I don't know.
I'm done.
Traffic study would look-
I'm done. Thank you.
I guess just what I'm hearing here is there's more information that you're wanting from us.
Not right now. That would be an
For the LSG.
addition of approval for the
That we
conditional
do the traffic
use.
study.
Yes,
Sure.
yes. Sorry, I should have.
We didn't decide anyway. We want to know ourselves. Yeah.
You wanna know for business, we wanna know you getting in and out, right?
Are there any other questions from any of the commissioners specific to the conditional use?
Now, the conditional use is not going to be just for 1.5 acres then. It's for whatever development comes in. Sounds like they're gonna have to possibly adjust these lot lines. So it might end up being a 2-acre parcel at the end. Does the
Can
actual
you leave it as the parcel for this development?
That's, they can just make sure that it'll carry through.
I mean, we don't do a legal description for conditional use, do we? It's based on a parcel ID or something?
Cause it hasn't been split yet. We don't even have a.
Yeah, right.
Just wanna make sure that whatever goes through isn't just for,
Right.
if it goes through, isn't just for 1.5 acres.
So I do have some additional questions maybe for you guys, just because I don't know gas stations very well. A few facts that were stated, I'm sure you guys know a little bit more than what we do, and I know that Mike mentioned the regulations from a, call it a hazmat perspective, but have y'all done the study on, is it a viable option? I'm assuming that y'all have before you would have talked to Tony about the purchasing the land.
Yes.
Any facts that you can publicly share or any guidance, I guess, because I know that you guys probably keep some of that internal. In case he doesn't go across the street or something like that. So is there any general information that you can share with us about any impact? Anything that you guys have done from a study?
For any extra mitigation due to the characteristics of the site? If you can share that.
Sure. There are a few things I can share. So. And we do an intense investigation of any site that we're gonna move forward with, and this is. I think close to a $7 million investment for us, so. We're confident that. The density, the traffic here warrants the use of a gas station. We also know that Seba Road is planned to be a major arterial someday and is likely gonna. Carry more traffic someday, whether we're there or not. It's a growing area. It's a great community we want to be a part of. What was your question about mitigation?
It was specific to you were talking about the underground storage tanks, correct?
Any hazardous type, yes. I mean,
I don't have specific details, but both the state of Arkansas and the EPA have very strict requirements on ongoing testing. We use a company called Seneca. They're a third-party contractor that comes out and tests our tanks and our sites frequently and provides all that information to both state and federal agencies. We've always been in compliance with those things. We operate 420 stores across 14 states and hire this company to make sure that we're always in compliance with those regulations to mitigate any of those concerns.
I assume you've done a geotech report. You've found that soils here can warrant the storage tanks.
We have done a geotech, that'd be something more.
Yeah, there's no concerns with the soils there.
what's the typical radius that you guys would try to pull from? You mentioned a mile, I think I wrote down a mile, but how far out was your study from that in regards to the potential?
Yeah, so we used to talk a lot about distance radius around a site. We look more at drive time now. So we look at the 2.5 minute and the 5 minute drive time. And I suppose that goes kind of more into us not thinking of ourselves as a traffic generator. We're trying to capture the traffic that's already there. So who are the people that already live in the neighborhood that are already navigating these roads? And, you know, who do we think we can capture to fill their cars, shop with us, to make it a profitable endeavor?
I'm going to assume you can't give me any sort of ranges of what your, call it the bistro part of it versus the gas part of it would be. You guys probably don't disclose any of that, do you?
As far as like sales between the two.
Yeah, is it 5%,
5%
5 to 8, is it 25?
Yeah, I mean, gas is expensive, right? So if you look at it as sales. I mean, I just filled up today. It cost me $52. Very rarely am I go inside and spend $52.
Yeah,
In dollars, it's one thing, but when you measure it gallons versus inside sales, it's pretty close to a 1-to-1 ratio in most cases. So the number of gallons we pump compared to the number of dollars we sell inside in a given month, usually fairly equal. And gas changes prices all the time too, so we don't like to look at fuel dollars sold.
Yeah, I don't
Total.
asking for dollars, more about your store use and what your projections are as far as somebody coming getting gas leaving, or kind of what you just touched on. You know, is the customer more inclined to go grab a bottled Coke, leave, or hit the bistro and hang out for a little bit, have a meal?
Yeah. What I can say is that we know as a company that makes profit on fuel, that's going to decline over time. With cars becoming more fuel efficient, with electric becoming part of that component, our business focus is how can we be a profitable, viable company going forward if fuel sales went away entirely? And that's really launched a new food initiative for us. We call it our healthy brand activation. And it's more of a fast casual type of food offering that you would expect to get at like a Panera or a Chipotle versus what you might see at gas stations today. So that's our future. That's what we're moving towards. That's where we think that we have a good presence in a neighborhood like this with this kind of density, the traffic that's there, but that's who we are as a company going forward.
Any additional questions based on any of those facts? Thank you for sharing as much.
No problem.
Anything else from staff?
Discuss the hours. You had mentioned earlier, staff, that there was some division. Brings the agreement on the conditional, this property for gas station. I'd like to hear what it was. Or just a specific, was that on the, that was on the list, correct?
I think you're talking about whether it was a neighborhood benefit. Hey, Bill,
Yeah.
can you turn this off? We can't hear.
The air conditioner with the heater on.
Yeah. He can't even hear us. So when it was first introduced, it was, staff said there was some back and forth on whether this was a neighborhood type development. And I assume that's the benefits to the surrounding neighborhood,
Yes.
right, Brandon?
Yeah, I was just wanting to hear a little bit more. You just said there was no.
Because this is a more intense use, there was some discussion about a lot of the things you've been hearing tonight about, you know, the impact to the surrounding neighbors, whether the convenience, because the convenience store will provide a service, the fuel station will provide a service, but there is also the impact to consider. So while there is a cost benefit, and this one is not clear cut, so it was mixed.
Anybody else? I'd like to hear. Anybody else?
Concern is the safety and doing that research on what are the safe levels and distances of a fuel station from residential and that type. And I don't know that that's been look at.
Kids,
Has
there are
anyone,
numerous gas stations around and intersections with residential right behind them. I mean, not the first.
I think at Elm Tree,
Yeah.
Circle K on Elm Tree.
I was gonna mention that one as a newer neighborhood,
Very rare.
no canopy.
Some residential. You know, so, hey,
yeah,
safety-wise, I don't-
they have control standard a lot more so than they used to.
Was there discussion at a staff level? And if so, what was some of that outcome in regards to the intensity of this? Just in the overall plan and future plan, I know it is C3, I know we just voted on that, you know, it is part of it, I get it. But that this additional use is actually the best for the future planning and development of that entire area. Is this the best? I'm curious what the staff landed on that. Was there some division in that as well? I'm just talking future. I'm not talking about what can go there.
So there is a benefit to having a gas station further to the north because it does eliminate some of the need to get all of the traffic to Centerton Boulevard. So that is a long-term benefit to the city to reduce traffic on Main Street going to Casey's, because Casey's is an incredibly busy gas station, and having another one is a benefit. We do need this type of service more in the north area. That being said, this area is called for as a neighborhood commercial area. So there was discussion about, is a fuel station convenience store really a neighborhood services benefit? So,
Everybody agree that was a good summary of y'all's discussion.
I wasn't involved in actually.
Lorraine's been out on vacation for a couple of weeks.
And that was part of the reason for my questions around the bistro part, the food part. And some other things like that. You know, is there truly a benefit to the neighborhoods? If that's an option. And so that was part of the reason for some of my questions, and even trying to get a little bit more detailed around services and what, if any percentage there is, you know, trying to figure that out, if there truly is that benefit.
Yeah, and
Beyond fuel, beyond fuel.
No, that's
Beyond
good.
fuel.
That was a good question. Yeah.
Brandon, I guess my motivation was the same, like aesthetically making it
Yeah.
fit, so it doesn't stick out like, you know, a sore thumb in that area.
Right.
yeah, it's, I think that, and the thing, I think Kayla hit it right on the head, and Lorraine also, that, you know, with the conditions, it will make it less impactful.
Sure.
So that's kind of, you know, where we were coming from, with the staff looking at it. And Joey, you really got it as far as, you know, how can we make this fit more with the neighborhood? Staff doesn't necessarily believe that it's a bad location for a gas station, but how to make it less impactful for those neighborhoods.
I think,
neighbors.
is this where we get to like? talk?
Yeah, and this is why it's a conditional use and
That's right.
not a permitted, and not just permitted.
And I mean, I was,
Those restrictions.
I wasn't here, obviously, I wasn't here for the previous votings on things, but. I mean, I would agree that somewhere to the north, it would alleviate some of the pressure. That we experience, that we all experience at Casey's every time we go around that corner there. And so I know Ben Come and Go is an incredible company. You know, I've dealt with them myself. I'm just wondering if, I think the question in me right now is, with all of the C3 opportunities, which I agree with the future planning of that location, with all the C3 opportunities, is this the best option for the growth that is happening currently and will continue to happen pretty quickly? That's my biggest question.
And I would say if we have all that growth, you're gonna need this type of service.
And I completely agree. I'm not convinced it's the best use in this particular spot. Do I think in somewhere in the north, we need a Come and Go? I do. Again, they're a great company.
But there's also all that commercial.
And that was,
To the east
that was
side.
my response to that is. You gotta look at, for me, looking at long term, there's C3 next to it, there's C3 across the street, there's
Yeah.
C3.
Yeah,
Even on 72, right? Up towards the way north part of town.
right,
If and when all of that is developed, what do you have in there?
right. The other question I did have, because I wasn't a part, you guys have been talking about the PUD that was voted on and this, and that, so is it potential? Could there potentially be, if this is approved, 2 gas stations on that corner?
I mean, there could be 8.
It could be all that C3 could be gas
But I mean,
station.
we've already approved,
Not,
conceptual. I'm just trying to understand what happened.
It was a conceptual, yes, with the bigger picture that had all of these buildings inside of it, if you will. So again, I remember a bank, some remember, and it was a gas station, office,
Jim,
when there's storage as well.
Now, I will say the gas station was just conceptual, and I remember that. The reason I remember that is because we had a big discussion about where they wanted to place it on the property. It really wouldn't fit the entrance and exit where they wanted, so I don't know that it would actually be feasible.
But based on the
What they asked
approval of planning commission at that time, they would be able to come back at a later time and not be required to do a conditional use permit for that station. Is that correct?
Conceptually, yes, but as I walk through a couple of different things in my mind, they wouldn't be the actual developer. At least that's the way they portrayed it to us. So if there's a chance that if a third party comes in and wants to buy it, they may have to do something similar to what we're doing tonight. We don't know that.
Okay.
Just talking out loud, right?
Yeah.
And if a third party were to come in and buy that and say, do I want to be across the street from another gas station?
Gotcha.
I don't want to be there.
Wasn't that a part of the whole flex space conversation? Because if you want to come with conditional use, if you're not the flex space, you still have to go through the conditional use permit. That was the benefit of doing the flex space.
This was approved well before flex space.
Yeah.
This was approved like 2 years ago.
That one falls.
Isn't that the benefit that why they want to do it? So for each one, they don't have to come in for a conditional use. It would be a conditional use.
But we didn't approve that for flex space, so it's not flex space.
That does not complex space, that is.
It was not approved for flex space.
hey, Brandon, what I struggle with is we dictate locations based on the zoning that we approve. So legally, it's gonna be a very bad argument to say, hey, they meet all the city codes, but if they went one property over, that's what we want. We're not gonna approve that.
Right.
One property over. And then, what you said about a gas station across the street, technically, the whole thing could develop into multiple different gas stations if it meets code. So it's kind of market driven. You know what I mean? And I agree. I see a benefit to a C-store gas station on the corner of 72. That would be great, but I also think there's other benefits to having it this close to all the residential.
Thank you, guys.
I would like to add on to John's point, in the future, when we're talking about, I mean, we're getting 30+ people a day moving in Northwest Arkansas. I mean, the people are coming, the services I feel like need to be provided. Unfortunately, the way it works is you have the infill before the state comes in and does their part. I mean, for example, in Bentonville, we've needed a light in Bentonville over there at the community center forever. We had an apartment, a medical center go up. The state would not allow a light to come in without the head count being there first. So in order to get the, I guess, road improvements that probably are warranted for such a development, such as, 2 turn lanes, going south and west potentially. Until we get the counts there, state's not going to do that, but it will come in time. Just as 102 was approved from here to Centerton, it came in time. It took years. It will come in time. So I understand the traffic concern. That's why I think a traffic count is warranted to help show the state
And I'll give you a good example there. I lived on Airport Road prior to coming to Centerton when it was 2 lanes.
Yeah.
That road was not built until that entire section was commercialized.
Yeah.
You don't have a fight to go to RDOT unless you can show them the need for it.
Yeah, unless the traffic counts are currently there, the way they look at everything, it doesn't warrant a traffic signal or a widening unless it's already busted at the seams.
And they won't improve it on a plan. It has to be something tangible there.
Unless you pay the money and they say, okay.
So going back to road improvements, does this meet the master street plan?
Is it a
Right away.
widening for an arterial?
No, Main Street being a minor arterial is 90 feet or 100 feet, 5 lanes. Which you can't put in based on development to the south.
But we have a modified plan
Have a modified
for
because
Main Street.
everything already exists.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is there might have to be tweaks to the property, the layout. And Mike, I don't know how detailed you got on that deal.
We're showing the right of way that's
Right.
on the street classification to the north and to the east.
Not on the street plan. Not based on what that's gonna become. The street's gonna.
No, that's what he said.
That's what he said. Oh, okay.
Basing on what the classification is today.
Just thinking through, don't want to end up in another greenhouse situation where.
Can't wide. Yeah. Because
So what's your right of way that you're using?
You'd have to zoom in on that.
Sounds like
Zoom in.
50,
The north one should be 80 for SEBA, so 40 from the center line,
he's showing 50,
even better.
and we don't have a dimension on Main Street.
Steve? Yeah, SEBA is 50 feet. We've dedicated right of way and we've also provided the city trail that it follows with your master street.
But we haven't accounted for Main Street.
We have.
Oh, I don't see a dimension, and I could be looking at the wrong plan.
It's 55 shown right there at the intersection, but it kind of tapers.
I see it. Yeah.
That's what it zoomed in on.
What's that supposed to be on?
I believe it's supposed to be 50.
You keep it, then what
Or
does it?
might be-
do down?
It might be 90, so it might be 45.
Goes to what?
So he tapers it down, so it is accounted for. Is it wide at the intersection because of the extra lane widths?
You see the whole thing taper, yeah, something that RDOT, or I'm not sure when that was done, but.
a couple years ago when they did that section.
Gotcha.
Right, can you move back to where the back of the buildings? On the drives.
So I want to just have a brief discussion on hours, because I think that's probably one of the bigger hangups that.
That's.
And I think about the city and again, businesses are not open 24/7 here for. Some reasons, which they may end up making that decision, but I think from trying to be a good neighbor. That I think we should consider the condition with some hours that are limited. The suggestion was potentially a midnight to 5. I had kind of wrote down 11 to 5.
Yeah.
Is that something that y'all could live with?
And be consistent with other businesses of the same business type in the area.
Now,
I mean,
yeah, the flip side though, is that they're not regulated by conditional use.
they're not.
So I
They're
would
similar
say,
in the same
I
area.
would say this is gonna be. Is this gonna be parallel, sorry, is this gonna be parallel with the use? Or is it gonna be able to be reevaluated yearly?
Conditional use can be reevaluated, right? We can amend those conditions.
Put that in your conditions on the hours.
Yeah.
To have it come back.
Hours can be adjusted.
So the conditional use is being asked for how long? For 1 year? 3 years? What's the conditional use request?
It would run with the property, but what Lorraine was saying is that we could specify that. Obviously, it could be revisited if there were issues or we needed to amend anything, Tony.
Or if they wanted
The
to. if you-
conditions could be reviewed.
I think I would probably consider more restrictive initially and then maybe.
And that's where I was going.
I was gonna ask if they can come back and they say, hey, there's a need now, the resident, or this, let's say there's a demand
It would be
in
difficult
the neighborhoods.
to go from 11 to 10.
Unless you rewrote a city ordinance, you know.
You answer my question on 11.
I cut him off while he was.
No, that's okay. If the compromise we have to make is to go to 11 PM, that's something that we can do.
Thank you. The traffic study was good. The trash enclosure was
I'll list
good.
them all.
You're looking at the conditions.
I'm looking at what we talked about. Is there something you see, Alan?
So I know the one that needs to be defined would be street trees, interior trees, what you're looking for. Those interior islands are a minimum of 180 with one tree, four bushes per 180 or fraction thereof. You know, something to put on that condition. So when they ask, what is it? Here's your flat number.
I also have a concern about the rear of the building right adjacent without any green buffer. We kind of went through this with Centerton Plaza and we got the next, green buffer strip. There's one store that has, one building that is right adjacent. You're driving by and there's a sidewalk and it's close. I think they did put a few shrubs by the building. But there's how much distance is there? What is that dimension between the building and the drive?
17 feet. Sorry, 18 feet.
So you
So
have 10
12
feet
foot.
in.
It's the 12-foot loading zone plus a 6-foot sidewalk.
Conceptual. They could show up with a plan that's diagonal next time. That's what we don't know.
We don't know till the.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think, Lorraine, that would solve two issues. It would solve the issue you're talking about. It would allow a spot to plant trees.
That buffer.
But then you're impeding the use of the loading zone.
Not necessarily. You could break it where somebody could pull in and have an island that still maintains. It'd be like a little pull off loading zone. They could get back onto the access strip.
Like the bulbs out on that east side. A lot of space for the loading zone.
So traffic study. We covered the trash enclosure, 11 to 5. Landscaping.
And I'm gonna define that. Just give me some.
The other one I had was exterior cladding to be reviewed, a lot of scale. Definitely are looking at that, the one with the trash enclosure. They mentioned wall going around. Typically allow 6 with 8 is part of that conditional.
There's a lot of conditions. So do you want to list them all out, Jeff? You want to?
But I think they're fairly straightforward, honestly.
Could I suggest that maybe a way around the landscaping thing would be, if you approve that with a condition today, that we could come back And present a landscaping design acceptable to everybody versus trying to come up with one on the fly.
We're not gonna nail that. I would like to define some street tree expectations, but as far as the southern part, I want to leave that up to y'all to get it in there how you see fit and how it works with your vision.
I assume the street trees are just part of the city's landscape guidelines that.
We have a list of approved street trees with a spacing guideline. And that is one of the conditions.
Yeah, but it's kind of a
No, we're
touchy subject.
happy to augment with additional landscaping, but I would like to agree with Alex that. We'd like to look at coming back with something that maybe buffers like residential neighborhood to the south. Further away on the adjacent property to keep the commercial development from being chopped up with. Additional things that may not be.
It's fine. However, I want to leave the freedom for you all to work with Mike to design something that works for everybody. Don't want to pigeonhole you into something that is only going to meet our expectations and not work.
Because Mr. Steele is gonna want to develop the other lots and they're going to have landscaping to buffer from the residential neighborhood, so.
Correct. The kicker.
In fairness,
The kicker
out
is
there, that might be 20 years. We don't know.
you're the first one, so that's.
You know, it's luck of the draw for being first. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Any additional questions or comments from any of the commissioners or staff before we entertain a motion?
I would like to just discuss the street trees. Adjacent communities require one for every 20 linear feet of road frontage. Or fraction thereof, and those can be grouped, spread out. You can play with, you can offset, but that's what I was thinking. It's consistent with the rest of the adjacent communities.
I think that's fair ask, especially along the street.
And then I was gonna ask for at least, I think it's fair to ask for at least one in every island. So like the corner island, there's another island over here.
But that would obviously be part of large scale as well, because that would.
Correct, but we have to define that.
Yeah, do not directly codify that. It has to be defined as part of the conditional use, and that's where.
You would put any,
One tree per.
a try, you would state that as a tree per island, or how would you?
For, I think 180,
An island has to be a minimum of 172 square feet. That's our parking size as well. And then also with that, state that with that, you need to have one tree and 4 shrubs. And if you want to make that a little higher, that's just where that landscaping is. You can make sure you have the landscaping. And it's not a concrete island.
yeah, a landscaping code would solve this, but. I think that I'm comfortable with the tree requirement. I think they're gonna come in and do their own landscaping, building plannings, whatever they do. I think the trees are overall more important to the big picture.
Just as long as you have interior islands that are grass with 1 tree minimum.
That aren't.
Aren't concrete, so are grassed
Oh, yeah,
and 1 tree minimum.
yeah, and can we zoom out? Hit him, Donna. So, the expectation would be that. At 18 by 10, 18 by 9, 2 of those parking stall areas would have the tree. So, the one island technically, that left one that kind of looks like a T, that would be considered one, and I'm trying to figure out a way to express that we would want more than.
That's where if the islands are so large. Yeah. 400 square feet or more. That is not gonna.
And I think that's.
The goal of the landscaping, the main and more intensive landscaping is to screen residential.
Yeah.
So when you're saying put a tree here and put a tree there, I
The
mean.
interior ones are just to break it up.
With the design, they've said, hey, let us come up with a design for you. We're trying to design it.
Right, but we have to define the minimum with the conditional use.
Yeah, because otherwise they say, well, this is how we designed it and we're not putting any in. That's where the problem, because we can't enforce it otherwise.
Just wanted to ask a quick question. Is there a set of landscape guidelines that we can simply follow?
We
to
We
determine
have a
this?
draft landscape code, but it's not yet been adopted. We can send you the draft landscape code. And you can take a look at that. It has a lot of these same things that we've been talking about, but it's not yet been adopted by council.
Because you put conditions in your staff report that address landscape. Could we use your verbiage that you put in there as the landscaping?
I think that's what Joey is doing, is putting those conditions.
Right, but
He's saying it's up here.
she had already written sort of a set of conditions that maybe we can just copy.
So what we're, she said approved species spacing guidelines. What she's saying is it's a draft copy. It hasn't been adopted. But what we could do is, here's a compromise. I think that would work. If we define the street trees based on 20 linear feet of frontage per tree, and then you all use the draft.
Agreed to the draft code.
That we've all pretty much gone over for your interior stuff. I think that would be fair.
That's pretty much what we're restating is you're trying to build a condition that's already in draft, but we're stating it now because it's in draft and not
Saying the condition be that we follow the draft
code.
landscape guidelines, and we're trying to make it simple.
Yeah.
Let me consult my attorney.
I think you can do that.
That's what I'm talking about. All
There we
right.
go. That knocks a lot of that off.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
All right.
You want to list all your conditions?
I will. Do you want me to,
Let's just do it in the form of a motion.
yeah, that's what I was going. Jeff, did you have any that I didn't? Nope. Okay. This is Joey. I'll make a motion to approve conditional use 2211 come and go fuel station and convenience store. With the following conditions that are additional outside of the typical conditional use. A monument sign only, one monument sign only for this site due to the location.
They requested one per road.
One per road.
And that's typically allowed for one.
Okay. One per road. Let's see here, landscaping, both frontages. Per the requirement of one street tree, one shade tree per 20 linear feet of road frontage. Along with the applicant following the design draft guidelines of the landscape ordinance draft for the interior landscaping. The requirement of a traffic study to evaluate the impact on existing infrastructure. Building materials to blend with the intent of single family homes that this will be adjacent to, including amendments to the pillars on the canopy, any sort of wainscoting on the building, but I would like to leave that open for the applicant to come back and present something, but the intent is to blend in with the residential homes adjacent to it. Hours of operation will be 7 days a week. And they will be closed from 11 PM to 5 AM. The trash enclosure will be gated and a minimum of 8 feet tall with materials to match the building. I mentioned cutoff lights, but that is part of the photometric requirements, so we need to meet all of those and have no light trespass. And I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
Can I clarify about the landscaping plan shall not interfere with the light or with the site triangle?
Correct. That has,
Landscaping, so take the site triangle into consideration landscape plan.
still have to account for those trees.
I will second that, pending any additions.
We have a motion and we have a second.
You got everything. You got everything.
Kayla, if you would do a roll call for me, please.
Tony Davis. John Stetson,
Yes.
Devin Murphy,
Yes.
Joey Engel,
Yes.
Brandon Swoboda, Gary Harris, Ben Lewis,
Yes.
Safe Arth?
Yes. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
5 minutes. I have my trailer, but I had to park at the police station. 'cause I had my trailer. Yeah, it burned.
Thank you for your attention on focusing on the border between us and that.
No problem. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
That's why we have the conditions, so we can be more restrictive.
They turn at an angle.
Well, that's.
In my neighborhood. It's fine to me, right? I gotta. Have to go back there.
Respect, I mean, I respect that. I guess.
Did they not get theirs approved? It's their old dog back there, brother.
Anyway. I guess we're doing that. I gotta go film my love. While we're taking photos, great.
It's a big line back there. Yeah.
No, no, so they had to run some.
You go also. That was, okay, put a thing on it.
Oh, wow. The rice bought that.
I don't wanna get.
You sign up on it? And then read it up.
Yes.
Oh, no, I already asked you.
Yeah, there's other. This sort by.
I'm.
That's. Right, get my approval. It's more so. That's all that is. That's all.
Got one bag of nuts in the.
No, I've had two.
Oh, you're eating both of them, huh?
Come go on the way home. Case, unfortunately.
You know what? Heard it's last night. North side of town, whether we put it there or for the next one, the next one. Yeah.
72.
Exactly. You're done. You can settle there.
We drive all the way to certain. Going to Casey's.
Search on.
Yeah. There's something else I was thinking. Already approved pair of roads. They're just gonna go down the street. You, at least control. We can't control that.
That was good work by.
Can't control what's. But us getting a come and go there first, now the people that Terra Rose, they're not gonna look right across the street because they're competition. So now we eliminated them building a gas station we can't control. Right by the water tower, there used to be a gas station there. Right off the highway, coming right off the bypass. Boom, right there. 2 in the morning, I want my slip pop.
That's what I'm saying. Zigzags.
Hey, give me some old English.
They don't need.
I don't think they would sustain that.
There ain't a person that walks in that door, even in case it's past 9 o'clock. They're dead around here at 9 o'clock.
Oh, I mean, what I would say is it's road.
Number plates, that's my point.
There isn't enough traffic up there.
But then, but if we,
Not approve it because there's one across the street.
but if we approve this one, then we can't control. Keep Terra Rose. At some point, if beat them to it.
Have traffic on the road to keep us by.
Unless they're selling something different.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Some of them.
Yes, they are the most.
You can't say those things. You better run on that street or across the street. You're gonna get one of the two. Thank you. Which one do you want? You want the one we control or the one? What do you want? Lady, I mean. They are. We're gonna say. Oh, she said, we'll make money on that. Well, that's just gonna help them. I understand. I'm like, you know what? You should probably put a for sale sign in your front yard right now. New townhouse, please. The last 5 years. I mean, the reason I'm involved in I'm like, she owns the other corner.
Be careful.
You pass,
Where's that? Better both are coming.
yeah.
Sienna?
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Very first night that I would.
Oh, I remember
Oh, so pretty.
I think you wore them all out, so there might not be much opposition. Like last one. That's actually a good idea, man. Come to think of it.
I think it's 3 acres on it. We would go down, look at a house. And it's like out, but the influence of people. It's so crazy. It's so like personal. I'm glad you say, we always took good care of them. We haven't taken. We do. No matter what, man. 12 years ago, it's nothing happened. And I dropped this, it's a shame.
Had that stinky garage in the back.
7 million, I guarantee you got one of them. Bam. 7 million, I guarantee you got one of them.
All right, we're gonna get started. We have our final public hearing on the agenda. This is for PUD 2206. Womack mixed use on Womack Road. It is zone C2. 9.15 acres, 300 dwelling units. The owner is Mormon Revocable Trust. The applicant is Motive Studio. Is the applicant here to give us an overview? You guys drew the short straw tonight.
It's all right.
All right, got it.
You had to sit back there. Are you awake?
We are, and I'm glad to see your levels up. I hope.
Out of town is still on.
They're still on. They're hanging in there. Good.
They might be passed out, laying in bed, but
Right. No, I'm Chris Barrow with Motus Studio. We're excited to share this project with you, this PUD concept that we've put together. Definitely no gas station here. This goes quickly and smoothly. We're excited about the project. It's a mixed use development, obviously right on Centerton Boulevard. 2 different buildings, 3 and 4 stories tall with some commercial retail space uses right along the main corridor. Even in our concept plan, we're already thinking about landscape and how important that will be to defining the entire project. We've gone through, I think, most of the motions, including a traffic study that we've submitted already. And I'm sure we'll want to talk about that a little bit. We've even done the sewer capacity study, and if we could have put CEs here to help answer any questions technically that you might have on that. We've included some conceptual sketches, some materiality. Anyway, we're really excited about the project. We're happy to answer. I'm happy to answer any questions you have and to the next steps.
Diane?
Yes, I finished writing my thought before it leaves my brain.
This is the one with the one like residential in the bottom. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
one,
okay.
As Chris stated, it is 9.16 acres. It is at the southwest corner of Womack and Highway 102. So it's basically directly south of the new Ace Hardware. And just a couple parcels to the, directly to the east of Centerton Retail. Yes, okay, make sure I had my brain screwed on straight.
Walgreens.
And Walgreens, it'll be kind of corner on that northeast corner, just to give y'all an idea. It will include 300 residential units. It is mixed use, residential and commercial. Staff kind of struggled with zoning, and we decided that commercial is good because as a mixed use, it is conditionally allowed in commercial. So the PUD will cover the conditional use for this one. It is 300 residential units. and 1,500, try that again. 15,000 square feet of commercial space and one building, the building there on the west side is 3 stories and the building to the right is going to be 4 stories. All of the commercial will be located on the bottom floors of the development. And like I said, it's already highway commercial. The PUD serves as conditional use. It's already one parcel, so they don't have to do any kind of lot splits or lot changes because it is all just one parcel. It's all owned by the same folks. It is going to be purchased by EP, who that's the poor gentleman that's been hanging on Zoom for the whole time. Once this conditional use, the PUD is approved, then it would be sold. They did provide a kind of a basic design of what the structure is going to be. It's down toward the bottom of the report. They looked at some of the old historic properties in downtown Centerton and around Centerton, like some of the apple barns and things like that. So for design, they've kind of gone with that kind of aesthetic from what it used to be. So it's kind of got, a fun, different view from Centerton Boulevard. They are requesting, so the density is 33 units per acre. Again, they are providing, with it being a mixed use PUD, they're only required to do 15% of open space. They know. But they are providing the 25%, so they are exceeding the amount for the mixed use. That's might help. Yeah. Yes. They are requesting instead of our normal 45 feet of height, they are requesting 50 feet for the 4-story building. But highway commercial does not actually have a height limit. So the front building setback, they are requesting 25 feet instead of the 50. This does, work with the area. I'm sorry, I'm getting choked up.
I did the same thing.
And I'm fine. Sinus is drained. And most of the parking will all be at the back of the development. And so they're wanting to shift that building closer to the front. And on the street side and rear setbacks. Y'all making me cry. Yes,
We're nice tonight.
I think we've been very pleasant.
See, the use setbacks required in commercial. The street side setback, they are doing 25 feet instead of 10. And the rear setback is 50 instead of 25. There is our residential directly behind it, but they are providing plenty of buffer between their development and the single family home that will be south. And of course, as you can see from this, the parking will be at the back, so the building will be as imposing, and they're going to do fencing. And also trees along that back area. And and then all behind the buildings, there is the courtyards. They do have a full house, a walkway goes between the buildings, and as you see on there, there's an aerial apparatus. By all means, Chris, let me know if it's wrong, but I'm assuming that's some sort of like art kind of installation that will be above that.
Requirement.
Huh?
Yeah, aerial apparatus is relative to fire truck access for.
Okay, I had no idea.
With the Muse Street going up the middle, we see that as an activated.
Feel like an idiot, doesn't matter. Yes, okay, we'll see. I don't need today. They are proposing plenty of landscaping for the area. This is in the comprehensive plan. It's like right on the edge of the central corridor of where the new downtown center is going to be on the eastern edge. The comp plan does state that this is an area that would be great for mixed uses like this, whereas the commercial and residential uses. The only accessory building that they are proposing is the, it is the pool house. Open space, it is going to be 1.83 acres. As I said, that is 25%. With the mixed use, they're just required to do the 15%, but they are going above and beyond the minimum that is required. All of their detention will be underground. So there won't be any detention pond or things like that. They're doing all underground so they can develop the whole site. The site's pretty much flat, so there's not an issue with any kind of slopes. Architectural treatments, it is consistent with what's in our PUD. They have provided, and it's included in your packet, some of the different architectural treatments and the materials that they will be using for the project. Landscaping, again, I don't know if you guys today want to set up your street tree requirements for the front. I know landscaping, talking with Chris, you know, they're willing to do, you know, whatever is required, and even just the basics on here, look. A lot better than some I've seen that they're landscaping, they say grass. That's all. Parking. They are recommending, they did say in their application that the entire mixed-use development will be properly parked to balance the commercial and residential uses based on shared parking options and the developer's criteria for a viable project. So they have done several different developments in Northwest Arkansas, several in Fayetteville that have the mixed-use component. In your packet, they are requesting commercial at one spot per 250 square feet. So that would be 60. Multifamily at 1.4 units, 1.4 spaces per unit. That would be 420. And then the shared parking ratio of at 80%. So that total of the 60 and 420 would be 80% of that. So we're looking at like 394 spaces. Staff doesn't have a problem with that. We'd like to maybe have 1.5 spaces per residential unit, but again, staff is not opposed to that. That was just a thought. Signage, they are proposing signs at the northwest corner and the northeast corner of the property, and of course, the additional, you know, any specific site location styles, whatnot will be decided with the large scale development. And they have, as Chris mentioned, they have already completed a traffic study. Yay, didn't have to ask. They did it automatically.
So I didn't see it included though. Is it included?
It's a special condition, traffic study.
Oh,
The traffic study is a package that.
Yeah.
A report.
Is there a summary page?
what did it? Yeah, so what did it make you? maybe it's in the-
Trust here
Sorry.
that they used. Yeah, hey Eric, can you scroll down to the
Page
special
7.
conditions? There we go. So- Whoa. It's hard to zoom in just right. Trust me, I dealt with it. They looked at the current traffic volumes for 2022 back in August and accounted for 8% growth between now and 2024, which is when they're expecting the development to be complete. And a traffic signal warrant analysis was conducted for that intersection of Womack and Highway 102, which did show that there are deficiencies currently that exist there that would even warrant a signal. And with the addition of the development and a signal there, the level of service would remain at a speed or better at that particular intersection.
On the Womack, right there on 102, is it a 3-lane? Right,
I cannot
Is
remember. off the-
Womack a
I think
30
it's just
lane?
2-lane.
at the intersection.
I think it's just 30 feet. It is designed I mean, it was planned years ago for a street light there. But it seems.
I don't think there's, I don't think there's a turn lane in there though.
I don't think there's currently a turn lane. It is wider. but I don't think it's striped for a turn lane currently. Yeah, because I went down there the other day and recalled it being wider, but I do not recall that there was an actual.
That brings me back to when I Street was 2-lane
Mhm.
and you were trying to go straight or whatever, and everybody had to turn left and it took 18 cycles to get there, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, and this intersection is directly south of Popper Oaks, so it would make a four-way intersection.
What are the logistics of getting that through RDOT to put a traffic signal on an RDOT highway?
That's a good question. Yes. Chris? Maybe.
Chris too?
I've just been calling him Chris and Chris.
Yeah, Chris McInnes with McClellan Consulting Engineers. Joey, that's a great question. I think that's something that we'll just need to get into as we get further into this. And really, as far as the traffic signal goes, that's really kind of something I'm hoping that we just push to the LSD when we get there.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, if you read through the study, it says there's a problem right now. And I think this development saying doesn't create enough traffic to, you know, warrant a problem that wasn't already an existing problem. And the owners are willing to work with the city on a traffic signal. And I think maybe from one of the early discussions, we heard there might be some funding that was set aside for a signal there. So we're hoping that we can kind of come together and get it that city when the time comes.
I would caution you to keep your spirits in check on the cost share with the city. That's always a hard deal. But yes, I hear what you're saying about the additional load, not really creating it because there's already a problem there. But this is gonna be hard to get people in and out of, I think, you know, especially.
That's why we started the traffic study, just to see. You know, and we are working out some cross access easements with the property. To the of this,
And in my midst of choking, I couldn't spit out or focus long enough to see that they are not putting an additional curb cut onto 102. They are just using the access from the Sherwood Williams and the development to the west and Womack Road. They will have a fire emergency access.
And the cross access to the west will eventually go out to Allen Road, which some days, signal as well.
I don't think they're gonna give you those signals right next to each other. Especially on the RDOT road. I know we've heard that argument trying to look at one at Tater Black, greenhouse. But my main concern with the driveways is just getting that left access as well as a dedicated right. Because I can see, you know, in the morning when everybody's trying to get to work, getting hung up there, waiting on somebody to try to make a left when you know you're not gonna make a left turn there in the morning. That's my concern. I don't think it's very specific to requirements dedicated on the PUD, but I think we just need to think about that. I think traffic overall is worthy of PUD recommendation.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Diane, did you have anything else?
I think I managed to choke my way through it.
This one, she said.
I've got a question. As far as the intersection there at Womack and 102, kind of like Joey's point, I know there's potentially a light scheduled there, but in the intern, it looks like on the sketch that it is widened. Is there an attempt to put a left-hand turn there at the intersection of Womack? I mean, that's.
There was.
It's kind of.
Yes. Looks like that's the way it was built with that intent. As from us, from our perspective, conceptually, we need to work through that towards large scale development to truly design the road intersection.
Yeah, it looks like it's about 33 feet wide right now. So I mean, there's potential to have a turn lane right there.
There was intent to have a left turn lane there with a traffic signal, and there was $40,000 that was
For the traffic signal.
for the traffic signal.
You're not gonna put a lane there. You're not gonna put a lane there before the traffic signal. You're gonna turn left there. It's on this boulevard.
But what you got right now is you got people that want to try to turn, I know.
Yeah, I know they'll try.
Still need
And
left.
so if we can stack that traffic off on the west side, it would help the flow better. Either that or put a dedicated right turn lane,
So it's starting,
one way or the other.
your word more is looking at it that it's. The stacking ability there isn't up where.
Exactly,
Once you get 3 vehicles making turn left, you're gonna impede any other traffic trying to go right.
exactly.
Actually extending that.
And I think that might be warranted of talking about in the PUD is some adjustments. I guess it'd be on the west side of Womack to be able to get some additional width there.
Just to lengthen that left turn stacking.
Stacking, yeah.
Yeah.
And that only would coincide with the signal, but if y'all heard what Lorraine just said, she said there was 40K for the light. And that's not gonna get you very far on traffic.
No, not anymore.
Development has to come to almost 100% development to get the traffic count before the state's gonna allow a signal. I can tell you, state don't want signals.
Yeah.
And then when they do allow them, then it has to be, they want the city to maintain them.
Yeah.
So that's another cost coming to the city. So that's why I would like to see some kind of stacking provided on Womack. For either a left-hand turn or potentially probably more feasible for a right-hand turn.
The worry is
Leave that up to staff engineer to decide what's more feasible.
the stacking is gonna impede you with the left. But left and straight are gonna be going the same way. Straight's actually probably gonna be longer than left.
Straight would be a death trap. Why would you?
That's just a joke.
Yeah.
So Tony, I think this is what we're gonna end up with. We're gonna have a traffic study that says a signal is warranted here. This development didn't cause the sole need for the signal. There's already deficiency before them. And they can't build it on an RDOT road. So
Already, and that's what it says. There's
Allow them to expand the road.
what?
Or not, if there was expansion.
No. RDOT won't let them put the signal there when they have a traffic study that says that. So I think
Until it's warranted.
they're not gonna do that. So follow me here. I think we need to build some sort of contingency in this PUD that in lieu of the light, because RDOT won't even permit it, that they need to make some sort of upgrade to the west side of Womack to allow the left turn stacking and all of
That's
that.
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, cool.
What about a certain amount towards a light? I mean, what?
No, I agree. There needs to be an agreement for future light potentially. I've seen this work in other cities. That eventually the warrant will allow. But it has to be. Right now, the traffic study is on forecast traffic. Forecast. I don't. From what I've seen. When we get to hard numbers. Then. So. There's no doubt. If this is a successful project, where it looks like, I can't see why it wouldn't. That you can get the traffic count there at some point in time.
I can tell you, they've already done the traffic study. What it said is that. It already warrants a traffic light for the sheer wait time to make any left turn out of Copper Oaks or off Womack onto 102. So it's already warranted, it's already at a level F. But 102 is at,
Well, they said
I think,
See, right?
Can't be at a.
or right there for the wait time, because you can go right through is why. Putting a light there drops 102 down to a B, but puts Womack at a C. So. It says once warranted, but not recommended, is what the traffic study stated. And that's where part of on the PUD, I'm even saying, something needs to be put in there. Traffic study said it's warranted, but not recommended. And. I disagree. Because when you add 300 vehicles and. What's that, 1,000 trips a day then? What that's gonna do to your traffic on Womack,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
And right now, it's the only way to get off, was it said the only other access point is Sherwin Williams. You learn to drive through that whole parking lot, Sherman just to wait, do the same thing.
And you're not gonna wanna take a left out of there on top of that hill either.
Mm-mm.
You wouldn't think.
You would want- And I wouldn't go straight there either.
People make a left out of top.
So, does that make sense what we're talking about?
There's always that one.
No, we. I think it's a cool design. They've got, excuse me, like Joey, but if you're thinking through the commercial part of it in the front and just trying to manage trash and some other stuff,
The dumpster location?
I mean, there's only 2 dumpsters in the back, right?
Right.
So if you're in this front commercial, how, what's 150 feet or 200 feet back to the dumpster? Is that right?
That is correct.
I mean,
We want to put any dumpsters up in the public area.
and I like that, but if you're that employee or you're that restaurant,
Good job.
I'm not working for you. I'm not working for you. How's that?
I've worked many hours at McDonald's in my life and dealing with that.
And I get it, but if I wanna put a restaurant in this corner that requires grease and some other stuff, are you saying you wouldn't lease them that space then? Because that's gonna interfere probably worse than a trash dumpster.
To do that, I'm sorry.
If I put a restaurant in this corner, or even over here below the roof deck, and I need a trap for grease, what's gonna end up happening then?
Grease traps that have to be serviced, those we'll figure out when we actually engineer the project. Those will have to be.
Typically, they'd add them.
We would add them as when we build the project, not add them.
Outside, what if there's a holding outside though?
They're underground. Grease trap, it's typically underground.
But they wouldn't be as part of the design, or they would be?
No, it would be built at the same time as the rest of the development. Yeah, we wouldn't want to try to go tear up the lot to deal with that.
I think another point is I saw that this was gonna be retained as one owner, correct?
Yes.
So there would be one owner with the same goal of not having trash. You know, I think that helps, but yeah, I work fast food too. I don't wanna go, I had to take trash to the dumpster, right? But it wasn't 300 feet away.
Yeah.
So I'd challenge you to see if you can tastefully incorporate something.
We can certainly look at it
Or
and
maybe even keep it by the sidewalk, you know, where at least they don't have to cross 4 lanes of traffic to get there. And when I looked at this, to me, those look like an afterthought and they just threw some blocks in there. So I was kind of expecting y'all to come back with a more refined kind of layout and dumpster locations that aren't in the middle of a drive.
yeah, we have to put them at the end so the truck can, get the access. That's why they're at those locations that are access with the road.
Yeah, and obviously they'll need to be in enclosures and
Yep. Okay. We certainly can provide a lot more on that still, absolutely.
what are the other, she mentions there's other properties that, now, excuse me, are you the developer?
Architect.
Architect. What are other similar products around the Northwest Arkansas area that this would be comparable to?
Uptown apartments and shops in Fayetteville, you know, on that, years ago. It's pretty similar in terms of like a mixed use component and parking.
Okay. So I have a question. Earlier, we talked about the 3-story, 4-story. We don't have a code right now.
Commercial for commercial,
Commercial.
the height restriction.
No height restriction for that. And so doing this today would set that precedent. Moving forward. That we are allowing,
You're allowing you mean like allowing 4 stories?
I don't.
It's not a.
it's not a big deal. I think, by the way, I think it's beautiful.
I see where you're going. I don't think the next project that comes in would be graded on that specific project. We don't approve based on precedence of what we already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking long-term, development of downtown, development of hopefully,
yeah.
continued beautiful opportunities like.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, This ain't gonna be Chicago. I don't think.
Yeah. I don't know.
While I'm here. Is it gonna-
Yeah. I just didn't know it.
It's,
Your perspective, is
well,
there any concern?
for the 4 stories, I don't have a concern. The fire department was good with it.
I think it's only 5 feet,
Public-
5 feet more than what's allowed in residential.
public hearing.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
I didn't even ask for it. They already put it in there. It matches all of my reach requirements and distances, because once you get into the 4-story, I have to be able to get so close. And I also have to be so far away in the code. Due to different operations.
You seem so difficult. So close, but so far.
She just said the same thing.
It's you.
One of the
I know the rules.
that I've been-
I know the rule. I'm just.
was told was, well, that depends. Every question you get asked on code, you say, well, that depends. Cause it really does, because this drags in NFPA, it drags in state fire code. I mean, there's a lot involved. So it looks good.
I had a question on your parking. It's just for my awareness. Maybe it's the, are there dedicated parking for residential versus retail or patrons? Or is it a free for all you fight for? Yes.
Discuss that, and we have, I don't, not yet have figured out the dedication of that. I think some of that will come through like lease negotiations with it, and understanding we're trying to do a shared parking scenario. I also think that we've seen before in other projects where there are designated spots for tenants so that their space does not get taken, but you wouldn't do that with all of them in a shared. So it's something they kind of have to work out.
Some kind of mixture there. I mean, if I'm a patron, I want to park in the back and walk. 400
Yeah,
feet.
ideally, we certainly, on the east side coming off of Womack Road, closest to the commercial area, we certainly would not designate that for specific tenants, because we'd want that to be flexible for people going to a high-end restaurant or whatever. So, yeah, we would.
And true, if I live there, I don't want to fight for my parking spot.
No, it's a balance.
No, I mean, it's.
The only issue I see with the layout in regards to parking is the majority of your parking
Here.
adjacent to the commercial stuff that's up on Centerson Boulevard is on the west side of the site. And it seems like the majority of the commercial is gonna be on the northeast part of the site. So now all of these people on the northwest have to meander through the site to get to the commercial buildings on the east. So I think it's gonna be real important. And I don't know if the Muse Road, is that specifically, is that like a plaza area, or is that a dedicated?
It's intended as kind of a shared street scenario, so it feels pedestrian, but there is opportunity for other vehicles to move through if they need to, but it's not.
Fire or?
Yeah, so that was our goal there, actually,
Like
was to not make it a driveway aisle, but for people, when they do park and move through, they feel like they're moving through a street focused space. That's the goal.
I guess in the design, I'd be looking for a good way to get people across from the northwest parking. Maybe straight south, or I think crossing that main drive is gonna be a bad deal. So getting them to the commercial. And that's probably more in Chris's wheelhouse.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's conceptual.
Yeah, I mean, it's good.
It looks really cool, huh?
I like it. All right. Can I get Chipotle in there?
This looks
We-
very.
They can hear you. Yes.
We,
Hear you, they'll see the.
We do have to have a public.
On the other end.
We do have to have a public hearing, so I'm gonna open us up to the public hearing. So with that, I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
It's John, I motion to open public hearing for PUD 2206.
Motion and a second. Is there anyone that's opposed? We are now open to the public. If there's anyone that wishes to speak, any questions or comments? Mayor Bill?
Second, third.
I'm Bill Edwards. I live at 261 Sun Meadow. The only thing I wanted to say, and that is not negative, but if they're really serious about putting the traffic light in there, I'll help you with RDOT on the permit, because they're far enough away where I think that could happen. I can use my influence and help that. I mean, if you gotta put it in, though, I don't want to pay for it, but we would certainly.
Apparently we got 40 grand to throw in on it.
I mean, we got money toward it. Then
You buy the yellow light. I just remember with the last like. Flashing yellow, we can do that. All right.
Floor. That lighted chemical is very expensive, so very expensive. But I mean, seriously, if you guys are interested in it, I'll help you through that process with RDOT. Because it probably, listen to y'all talk, I think something is needed there. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I think something needed there regardless of what they do.
Wayne Cagle, I'm at 781 Dixon Street, so just south of this. I'll say props to the architecture. I think it looks creative and artistic. You know, I would foresee a traffic issue at that corner of Womack and the Boulevard. So just a few questions, and I don't want to stay too long. It's past my bedtime. Would there be any change to the utility easements that's on the south of this?
Possibly.
Is there something you need?
I'm sorry?
Is there something you need or that you're asking for? Just a general question.
Just a question. I've got a plot plan and it says it's 100-foot easement on the diagram, but it says 30-foot in the legend. I made a few calls and wasn't sure what the actual size was. Do we know if it's 70 or 100?
Is it a utility, power line?
That's where the
So-
power line.
There's a power line. Carolina.
It's 100 south of our property.
It is 100 and it won't.
Well,
change.
I know that won't
They
change.
can't- They think
No, what is it?
out approvals. Behind control. So.
Contact with me for questions regarding the easement. No, regarding there. I made a few calls and wasn't sure who to.
Have to find who the easement was dedicated to. So if it's city of Centerton, that's one thing, but it's either SWEPCO or it's probably SWEPCO, or is it Carol?
It was SWEPCO. It goes to the substation.
The plot plan says Carroll Electric, and I spoke with them and they said we don't really know a whole lot about it. Talked to Tripco and Tripco didn't know either.
What's his name? Ryan in Berryville. What's his last name? Butler.
If you get a hold of planning tomorrow, we can give you contacts.
We can track
for
down the correct
SWEPCO
folks.
and Carroll.
Okay.
And we can also look at the plat and tell you
Yeah,
what it is. It should be on,
Look up Ryan Butler.
we can give you the contact information.
email planning.
Okay.
Planning it.
Centerton, or US.
Dealing with that easement on the adjacent property, I know it was one of the Tulsa divisions, and I don't remember if it was SWEPCO or Carroll, but it was their Tulsa division is who manages that. And that's why I'm not getting an answer from the people here.
They don't care about Arkansas.
And then just some questions are just regarding the privacy. I know appreciate that there's a tree line on the south end. Do we know how, like what kind of trees, what their average height would be?
At this time, we don't because this is about the PUD. But we would expect shade trees along that shared line.
And they will also have a fence also. Just for an additional buffer.
Any idea on the height of the fence?
6 foot.
And in our draft plan, we have species of trees called out, but they're larger shade trees. They're not.
Well, now, is that in the easement? It's not, is it?
That easement.
That's the street easement, the street side. Sorry.
There's 4-story residential, bottom floor is commercial. Are there gonna be like? They're gonna be residentials where they're looking in our backyard? Like, are there like south facing windows?
We do, yeah, I can answer. So the short ends that are on the south end, there would be a few windows there. But otherwise, most of the units are looking either east or west, except for the ones that are on the very far north end, those obviously would be facing to the south of the pool courtyard or to the community courtyard. But those are
What's your distance?
100 feet.
The building to the property?
100 feet?
It
Yeah.
is.
You can zoom in.
It's 100-ish.
100, it's on that very bottom, yep, you can see it there.
It's a large distance
This is 100 feet.
Okay.
But then, of course, the rest of them-
200 feet from your.
For those that are on the far north end, you're several hundred feet away.
And then there's the 100-foot easement also.
Yes, off our property, south of property. Easement for the electrical.
Anything done for light trespass? So like, would there be any parking lights on that far south side that would, shine into the reservoir?
They can't
Shut off.
Yeah, so they will have to provide us with what we call a photometric plan that shows where it cuts off. So they can't emit any light outside of their property.
So there'd be like some physical barrier that, like a lamp that.
It's the way the light's designed.
The light will face that way, so that all the light goes toward their property and not
Or shielding.
shielded, yeah.
And not into your backyard.
I mean, because keep in mind, we also have to think about safety with residents and parking and some other stuff, but they won't be allowed to emit any light that's off their property.
Is there any rough idea of a timeline for like construction start to finish?
So we'll probably be redesigned for the next 6 to 10 months, and then construction would probably be about 2 years.
Talked about the traffic light, is it more common that the construction will be complete and then that justifies the traffic light? Or might be concurrent?
Kind of discussion we had earlier where it's not gonna help you, it's there.
Are you asking if the street improvements would be before the construction?
Right, it would just kind of the timeline, like, would it be most likely that, this project's completed and then there's a conversation with,
Depending on how it goes, likely some sort of upgrade will be linked to this project that they will construct with the project. Now, I don't know that I can tell you it'll be a light at this time, but what we talked about previously was at a minimum expanding the width of Womack so we can have some additional left turn.
be helpful.
How bad is that one? Is it an F? Would you rate it an F as Alan stated?
That's what the traffic study said, is that currently Womack's at a level of service of F.
Yeah.
Trying to make that get out.
Grade letters well enough to say if it's an F, but it's difficult but not impossible.
It all depends on the average wait time and like I said, in like mornings and everything else, it's very difficult to make that left. That's how it's not impossible, but you have to be patient to do it.
It's not bad at 5 AM by 6:15, it's a little bit of congestion. My last question, the easy one, I was interested in that spreadsheet that was up earlier that showed the different types of zones and what's allowed and not. Is that spreadsheet available?
Yeah. Public code. It's available.
Look it up on.
Is it on our website?
Yeah, look at Title 14 on the main website. It's the schedule of uses and it's
Very end.
yeah, it's at the end.
It's also separate on our planning website. This is separate.
Yeah, we have it separate.
Yeah, so it's a simple spreadsheet that has all the different types, whether it's industrial, commercial, residential. And then below that, it has a C for conditional or P for permit. If it's blank, then it's not available in that zone.
Makes sense. And is the, part of my last question. The traffic study, is that also public?
Yeah, it will be when they submit it.
It's to the minutes, to the.
We have a traffic study. It's
They
already,
submit it, okay.
We have it digitally.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's something that can be emailed to you.
yeah, I can email it to you. When you send an email, and I have your email, I can email.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be attached to the minutes then, if it's mentioned?
No,
No, it would be available to us. Yeah,
okay.
Actually,
you can have, if you want a copy of the traffic study, you're welcome to have a copy of the traffic study.
put it in
That's the pages, yeah.
for the school commission so that they.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your questions. Appreciate it.
I think that is an opinion.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? And a third and final call, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll let you decide.
I don't.
Murphy.
Devin or Jeff?
Not me. I can't.
Not Hefe, Jeff.
Moved.
Anybody opposed? All right. Are there any additional questions or comments in regards to the PUD 2206, the Womack mixed use?
No, like we stated before, would y'all be opposed? I thought it was a good option we came up with on the landscaping to follow the 20 per linear foot of frontage and then the draft for the interior.
Yes, absolutely. We'll have more to that.
Yeah, I know you will.
It looks like you're
looks
gonna
like
be-
you're going to, we just have to define.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna be more than what our draft calls for, I think, but.
When do we suspect that draft will get?
That's a great question.
Great place.
Chris, you-
Hoping for the same.
that is a very dangerous question before you try to get out of
Might
here.
wanna move to back.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't go anywhere near the front table. I'm just saying,
I was only asking because it's gonna be months out before we're submitting this.
it's.
We've had it done for a couple of years.
It's been a draft for a while.
All right,
Never have enough people that.
I think we're fine with fall.
Just exceed our expectations. It'll be-
But the things in the draft are not outrageous. I mean, they're not.
No, they're not. I mean, it's
But
not.
it doesn't ask you next.
Then I gotta look at the draft and go, oh gosh, no.
There was a time when it was not going to be approved by council, so it was like, oh, it's put on the shelf.
That's what I was talking about, not
Tell you
you
what,
guys.
We have a work session with them in 2 weeks. Maybe
You're
we'll
welcome
make
to
that,
join.
maybe we'll make that a topic of something.
If
that
I'm
we-
saying one thing,
Yes.
that's all I'm.
How's that?
Sounds good.
Was on our goals and deliver.
Was there? Anything else? If there's not, then I would entertain a motion for the PUD 2206.
This included a rezone though.
No reason.
No.
Thought it was done.
What?
Never mind.
There are questions for y'all to consider.
Oh, sorry. Trying to move us along.
I know.
No, they're future.
So that's as far as I got.
There you go. I mean, they've kind of been.
Do you want me to read these? Is that what you're,
I can read them and y'all can answer.
nah, we know what happened. I don't want you. So the approval shall be based on findings that proposed PUD 14.04.12.c, that the development's land is use is permitted in the presented zoning district and or is compatible with the city's land use plan and or substantially similar to adjacent property.
I don't think this one's it, is it? What we need to be reading?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The development is likely to be compatible with the development and land use permitted as a right by the zoning ordinance or on substantially all and in the vicinity of the proposed PUD. Provides public benefits that would not be achievable through the normal zoning regulations. Adequate public utilities are already in place to service the property, or the developer has sufficient plans and private financial commitment in place to ensure adequate public utilities will be available to service the property. The development will not impose substantial negative external impacts on or prevent the orderly development of adjacent property. And the development does not endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. Do any of the commissioners have any comments or questions in regards to the findings?
To those statements you just.
Yes.
Yes, it's all the way.
Supposed to be like the rezone question.
Yeah.
Not a question up here.
There's statements, these are not question marks, these are periods.
Okay, I will include question marks next time.
This is Joey. I'll make a motion to approve PUD 2206 Womack mixed use. Included in my motion are the 6 questions that we just read. And
the inclusion of the draft landscape ordinance for their interior landscaping, 1 tree per 20 linear feet of street frontage on their frontage roads. And then I would like to touch on the traffic study. The staff recommended condition was install traffic signal at the intersection of Highway 102 and Womack Road, the large scale, because there's still questions about that. I think we could entertain some sort of equal compromise to increase road accessibility, left turns.
But will be finalized through the street agreement.
And I would say we would base that cost basis on that light pole and compare items that way.
John will second all of that.
You're approving all of the requested variances, the height, everything, parking, okay.
We have a motion and a second, if you'll do a roll call.
Russell.
Devin Murphy,
Yes.
John Sessoms,
Yes.
Sunny Davis, Joey Engel, Brandon Svoboda,
Yes.
Jerry Harris,
Yes.
Ben Lewis,
Yes.
Jeff Safer.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, the
Very quaint, because pub money won't get.
The next, under other business is the amendment to the drainage manual.
Oh, let's do it right here. So after we reviewed it last time, a comment came in right before the city council meeting from an engineer asking to table the approval of the recommendation. They wanted to look at it again. I did get 3 comments back. One was them asking for clarification on why the street flow or the sheet flow was being limited to time of concentration, 20 minutes.
At the floor.
All that was doing was clarifying what was already part of the existing drainage manual and cleaning up to be a firm limit rather than a, oh, do this, prove more, it's just, here's what it is. It provides a bit higher rainfall amount with a higher time concentration. So nothing changed with that one after I clarified it with him. He reiterated he didn't agree with the statements about the hydraulic grade line that we went over every time we talked about these. He still doesn't like how it's written with that the 10-year storm event has to contain that storm flow. He reiterated his comment again, he doesn't like it. And his statement is, you have a scenario where a 24-inch storm pipe might be 6 feet deep. The pipe has to carry it, so the HVGL will be 4 feet below ground. You can actually carry the 100-year storm or larger, so he doesn't see the reason with today's materials that a storm system can't be under pressure. And it's just only for the 10-year, it doesn't impact 25, so I'm still wanting to stay the way it is. His last comment was regarding to open drainage swales. Currently requires a 10-foot easement on both sides of the swale. I have amended that because I agree with him that 10 foot on both sides is a lot. Just having the 10-foot access easement on one side, but same with ponds, we have a 5-foot buffer to put this 5 foot on the other side. So that's the only update from what you guys have recommended was the drainage swale easements.
Alan, question on the HGL. When we had had input, I thought we had decided that it could essentially surcharge into the boxes as long as it was like 18 inches below the gutter line. Isn't that what we agreed on?
What that was just the HGL in general. The flat requirement is at all times, the hydraulic grade line for the design storm event has to be, the rule is always 24 inches below.
And the
I
question
was changing it to gutter. We dropped it to 18 inches below the gutter. But that's the one thing they were always looking at is for the hydraulic grade line that for the 10-year storm event. That, yeah, if it's in the box, they were fine regardless, and I'm, like I said, that's 4 other times in the drainage manual. That you should size your pipes based on your proposed capacity for your design storm event. And then one spot allows that stipulation where, yeah, well, if it doesn't, just check the HGL. And I'm kind of getting rid of that exception when you're designing for the 10-year storm event. So yes, it's more stringent than the areas around. Not stringent from other states and other requirements elsewhere. It's just an improvement to the drainage in general, having that higher capacity. Yes, a scenario can happen. Still,
Is there any sort of out if it's not, if the requirement pushes something to be beyond logic where there's or approved by a city engineer or something like that in there?
no, I don't have it just as where it says or approved. It's just flat. If your design, if your pipe can't handle design storm. Now there's somewhere where after they do it, they screwed up the inverts.
Right.
And now it doesn't have the capacity. It's still part of that's where, as long as they're saying it still meets the intent. Because there's some of those where that does happen, where once they build it, I mean, you can't build.
You're talking about the as-built.
The as-built, yeah, but the actual design, if you have to increase the size on it, you do that. Because there's other spots where it says with matching crowns, there's a lot where it goes, when in doubt, choose the larger pipe. And that's about what this is getting to as well. And their whole goal is they'd rather put the 18-inch and put it under pressure than go to a 24-inch pipe.
Yeah, I think though. Where you could get into problems is when you convey water through your site, like off-site water that you're not detaining beforehand. And now I'm, instead of going 18-24, now I'm going 36 to 48 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you're already doing a 48 and you're to convey it around. If you're under pressure on the 10-year storm with a 48.
I hear you.
That's no big deal, doesn't matter. You really can't. You can,
So
but it's not practical and feasible compared to doing an open swell, just to the.
I think in the grand scheme of things, this is probably more conservative for the city, and I think it will help some drainage situations. But I do think you're gonna get a lot of pushback on it, just when you get new people coming in or people that haven't designed anything here in a year, so. But overall, I'm okay with it. I think it's a better product for us long term.
So leave it with the way I have it phrased, where the 10-year can't be under pressure is your recommendation.
I would like some sort of compromise in there, but we've been beating this thing for 4 weeks. And so.
So I was asked to table it. Council was okay with it, so here's the comments I received since then.
I mean, do we want to add or?
Want to add
Engineer
I would feel
I
better.
would leave yourself an out to say like, or engineer approved.
So the recommendations, and yes, we're fine with making the change to the 10-year easement, and you want to see on the HGL the.
Or just, yeah, for any weird situation.
Yeah, in case there's a unicorn out there or city. Yeah.
Okay.
There will be a unicorn somewhere. Approve it.
That's fine.
For those of you that didn't bring your statement of financial interest,
Oh, we have one.
Yeah, then.
make sure that you get those,
Look at what noodle.
make sure you get those turned in. I believe they're due by the end of the month, right?
When's it due?
End of the month.
Tomorrow.
July.
In January.
For Devon, it's the end of July. For the rest of us, it's the end of
Hold my
January.
tax split hostage.
What's the direct deposit discussion? I guess my wife doesn't know I get paid.
If your paychecks, if they would like to do direct deposit so that they do not have to worry about whether you're gonna pick up your check or mail your check, and it makes it a whole lot.
We just mail checks and it solves that problem.
I didn't even know that was an option.
Well, it
Pick
is,
'em up.
but yes, everyone has to agree. I mean, it will be
Oh, it's all or none?
not just some,
Oh.
it'll be all of
I
it.
severely do not want a direct deposit.
I mean, my wife didn't know I could pay.
Yeah, yeah, this might.
Play money.
Goes into
But it's a joint account, so that'll be.
a stash account, you know?
I don't have a stash account. I've been married too long.
I don't have any.
Like cash, man.
I have a cash account. I have a cash account.
I prefer a cash with no W-4.
I'm hearing it's not a majority.
What would make it easier on them if we picked up
Mail it.
checks? Is that easier?
You just mail them?
Or mailing them all? Is that easier?
Failing them all, I think, because otherwise Someone has to hold them, someone, you have to bind them up and bind them. Because they won't give them to us.
Kind of like mine being mail. I get my mail.
Right, they really would rather you. Right, awesome.
I don't think you're gonna get a majority rule.
All the minute they're gone.
I'll say that's a no.
Tell them thanks for recommending.
If you're individuals, I would love mine direct deposit. I didn't give.
Okay, I'll let them know.
Email him again.
Second that.
Third.
Yo, close to over. You're not. You got four. You just got. Four.
We won't override the chair.
You got-
No, direct deposit.
Do you want direct deposit? Do you want direct deposit on your planning commission check?
Not necessarily.
See? Thank you.
That's five.
Jerry's got a cash account too.
That's 5 to 4. That's 5 to-
Then
Our fourth person that wanted it.
There wasn't.
there was
The three on the end.
Ends
Ends with the band.
5 to 3.
I have one
All
more
the newbies.
add on other business. The mayor went to the council in December and requested a $50 raise for you all
Wow.
and for each meeting. So, and it was approved.
I thought it was 100.
No, yeah, 100 a month.
What is that?
Except December. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate
What
it.
is that?
So it starts in January.
Is that what's the total per, what does that put the total?
That puts you all at
I know Jeff's special.
for the chair, 250 for the members.
Per meeting?
Oh, I think it's.
Per month. That's per month.
Mine is,
Oh, what's yours, 200 now?
Yeah.
Oh, 250.
Yeah.
Shoot, I was-
200 for the members.
I was with Johnny. Got me.
dang. Don't be listening to John.
No, shut up long enough.
We've been making more than that. 200 per meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant per month.
No.
No,
Per meeting, per meeting.
this is per meeting.
All right. The next council meeting is 110. I believe there are 2 appeals that are part of that meeting. So just so that you know, if anybody can tune in or wants to come visit, there are 2 appeals there. The next planning commission meeting is the,
What are they?
17th.
What are the appeals?
what are the 2 appeals? Can you remind me again?
Yes, 631 Wood Street. And then the one in Tamron off of Bush Road.
Opti-Chain and. Yeah, Opti-Chain was like the 0.95 acres it wanted to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thing.
What was the other one he said?
This is on the
Road. Bush Road. The one adjacent to the PUD that was approved.
was it
They wanted duplexes?
duplex?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They'll be on the agenda.
Oh, yeah. This work session.
It's like.
And you all denied, and they are appealing the decision to the council.
Both
Yeah, okay, yeah.
appeals are denied.
Correct.
Yes.
Jerry, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering where this work session is gonna be held. Is it here in this building?
Yeah. About to get there.
Yeah.
About to get there. So we do have a meeting on the 17th. If you can't be here, let us know. There is a work session, and we're gonna do it here, correct? What I would suggest, if you have any ideas to make sure that we keep this within the rules, that you email Lorraine and Diane, any ideas or any other things that you might want covered, because we're gonna work on the agenda. But if we send it to everybody, then it's not the right thing to do. So if you have a suggestion, please send it to,
You know what's on there?
we've not worked on the agenda yet.
But you will post.
No, I don't think we're getting it. Do we show
Well,
up?
there's been a request from a council person.
Yeah.
Well, a couple.
Can't get it until we show
The
up.
main thing is what they were wanting was to know how many properties are in conflict with the land use plan. Which,
How many properties in conflict with?
Does that have anything?
Like how many we've approved?
Some that's opposite of me that you.
so,
We know that.
How many that we've approved, Tony, that weren't specifically?
Yeah. We
The
probably,
land use says it's supposed to be commercial and got rezoned. Our.
Since when?
work on a list.
We've done that.
I know, I mean, since when?
This is that lawsuit.
To make it simple, I don't want to do an overlooking because I think it's gonna be real muddy.
Yeah.
I mean, you have your land use, You have your.
I don't think we're,
Look,
my vision is not, when I agreed to it, let's put it that way, my vision was not to air dirty laundry amongst the council and us. It's really a process to teach them, I think, because there's some new people that don't fully understand and or weren't part of some of the comprehensive plan or things like that. And so,
Political pressure that we're not.
And why it has to be.
That's what I think is.
we also need their support. We also need their support. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to have that discussion. And our Tim Conklin has agreed, he's with regional planning to be here, and we'll probably involve him in some of the agenda process, if you will. So I envision it just being hey, here's what planning's all about. Here's the thought processes. Here's what took place throughout the comprehensive plans and the land use plans and things like that. I'm not going to get into a parcel of property. If they want to do a parcel of property, then that's not what the meeting is for, and that's not what my intent is. My intent is to teach and educate.
And to show that there are some times where you have to be.
And to get the landscape plan approved.
Because my feeling there's,
we need the development plan and the landscaping plan.
Yeah, so if there are specific things,
I was gonna email you the landscaping.
That they did, that was asked for is like the processes for each request. And that's like, I mean, we can give them the checklist and they can look at that.
Just let them shadow you.
They're on the website. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not going to discuss a parcel of property.
they're going and send that to the person requesting them. And
but I gotta feel we've got a couple of members that are almost, I wouldn't say anti-girls. But I think there's some difference of opinion among council members of a bedroom community compared to a growing community. And they're wanting to relay their opinions to us.
They can, but I'm not elected.
Yeah, and my goal is not to have a complaint session.
Okay, good. So that's what
I'm not-
that's what.
I'll be the first one that decides when the session's over. How's that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not what I'm about, and I think because I truly think there's an education piece that potentially helps some of that. You know, in my mind when I think about it, but we'll have to be strict and we'll have to kind of have some ground rules. And those ground rules could be that we can get up and leave, honestly. I mean, because we're doing it to help and I think benefit really. And I think back to what we did with all of the comprehensive plan and some other stuff when we tried to involve people. And we designed it around the education and the needs. And that really sets our basis. I don't think everybody understands that. Because there's definitely a growth. It was all about growth.
I have one item on that I think needs discussed because we hear it at every rezone is the infrastructure, how the infrastructure gets built. And
Right, and-
you stated.
Like you said, the education part.
And I think that council members, they don't do. Nobody here does what I do every day where I'm just totally entrenched in it, but they're not even exposed to it. And I don't know that they understand any of the process or how a bill becomes law. We need to do one of those
You
little.
need to know the state statutes of what the
Yeah.
regulations are, rules are as far as planning. And why we have a planning commission, why we have a staff. Why we can't just go, I don't like your project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're, you know,
And the legal ramifications, right? You can't just tell one owner no and the next one, yes, the same thing.
It's paid.
People have a constitutional right to, it's their property to have a right to.
I mean, we'll work on the agenda. We will get it ahead of time. And if we're really good, we'll have a draft by the next meeting. How's that? So I talked to Bill about doing something. And then last but not least, this is Donna's last meeting. So thank you very much.
oh,
You say how you Fayetteville.
shackle her to the
I
chair.
told her I wasn't talking to her earlier. So anyway, but Donna, thanks for all your help and the leadership that you've, certainly helped with us. So we appreciate it. And good luck in Fayetteville.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye, Donna. Your hat's very Fayetteville-esque.
You fit right in. You fit-
I ordered my e-bike this last weekend.
Sweet.
Like,
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice. All right. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Anybody opposed?
Take your pick.
Thank you.
All right. He's gonna get that.